Are you
It's
telling
like-
me that you don't want the answers to Marina's mother's penis amplifiers? Because that's a question I want answered.
Marina, we need to know about your mother's penis amplifier.
I don't have
Specifically, we
the-
need to know about her
Well,
lower
no.
left, upper right, upper left, and middle amplifiers.
Well, no, we don't know that it's a penis amplifier because there was a penis stuck in it, which implies that that was not the intended purpose.
Are you saying that her vagina is so cavernous it has an echo?
Matt? And on that
Probably
note,
not laughing.
we move on.
Next time on Matt signs his one-way ticket to hell.
Big oof.
The devil's just standing outside your apartment door with a bug net. He's like, yep, this is the day.
A bug net.
Yep,
Fucking bug net.
yep. Not nearly big enough to hold him. So when he walks out, he's just gonna his head is just gonna get... he's just gonna turn, see Satan, is like...
I'm just gonna look at Faye and be like, you know, you could have just asked. I've been
So,
saying
Matt-
for years how I'd rather go to hell than heaven.
Matt, you've played Birth by Sleep, yes?
Yes, of course I've played Birth by Sleep.
I just want you to know, me and Trevor laughed uncontrollably when we got to Cinderella's world.
Uh-huh.
Specifically because the mouse was just goddamn terrifying.
What?
And in part... No, their portrayal of particularly the red mouse in Cinderella is just...
Uh-huh.
There's just something deeply unsettling. And there was one particular line that I just lost my fucking mind. Because he just turns to you, and with no pretext, just says, "Look at the for Lucifer!"
Look out for Lucifer.
And I just lost my shit. Because I completely forgot that the cat's name was Lucifer. So I'm just like, why is this mouse in a Disney game warning me to fear the devil?
See, even with the fact that we have context, it's still funny. Watch out for Lucifer.
Just like... Ventus just turns to him. I'm pretty sure I'm talking to him. You know what too much.
You're not the best. He snaps his own neck.
Yep. Like, this vessel is impure.
Why is this the worst kind of stereotype Italian?
As he fucking
don't
snaps
know.
his neck, all you hear is, Mamma mia!
Let the go!
Christ. But yeah, no, we just couldn't handle that. The moment he said that, it was just all over.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
So who's ready for some fun?
I am.
I'm fine.
That's fun. Let us commence the fun.
You know, it really sounds like you guys are not having fun.
I am the fun. The embodiment of fun. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's see.
I am
Watch,
pure joy.
watch out for the morning star. He tempts you to darkness.
Where did that come
Okay.
from? It was so out of left field. I'm like, what?
It's like, well, it's like, fucking 1-inch tall Mario warning you of the dangers of, like, the dangers of the devil's lettuce. I don't fucking know. It's just like, it's just an elaborate PSA from, like, the Westboro Baptist Church. Secretly, that's what Kingdom Hearts is. It's all just an elaborate propaganda campaign.
It's a fucking 14-year-long propaganda campaign against pot.
Yep. Just get to the fucking end. They finally open the door to darkness, and it's just fucking. It's a
It's just Snoop Dogg.
micro-read.
It's a fucking dubstep remix of Smoke Weed Every Day. You know the one I'm talking about.
Yep.
It's 9:30. Do you know where your children are?
Behind the door of darkness with Snoop Dogg.
But don't worry.
Getting toked up like good little boys and girls. Remember to leave out cola and brownies for Snoop Dogg on 420.
Oh, there goes our cameo by Snoop Dogg.
Not because he's angry, he's just too high to participate.
It's all those brownies.
So, which one of you wants to read the recap?
I don't think we have access to the recap.
Yeah, I don't think we do either. I'm looking at the chat and all I see is osteoporosis.
Well, that's the recap. Lucas caught osteoporosis.
Cool.
I don't know if you catch that, but okay.
Why grapes?
I don't know.
I don't fucking know.
Bold of you to assume that we'd know. So I'm ready whenever you are.
So
Everyone got your sheets open?
My sheet is open.
Everyone got your discs ready?
This.
Michael, you squishy goddamn abolitionist motherfucker.
Excuse me?
I also have my dice ready.
Okay, that isn't... Alright. Sure.
So,
Yeah.
last time, I was waiting for someone to say something snarky.
Last
Being
time...
respectful today.
The party reels from the aftermath of the dog attack. Mom gets to work intending to the infected. Infected being Lucas, Oleg, Nancy, and Truffles.
Mm-hmm.
George tells Sarah that he knows a safe place to go, and after a short trip, they get to the mansion of Arthur, which holds nothing but good memories.
Mm-hmm.
George and Vlad speak about how the wolves/dogs, because they're a mix of both, showed up, and it's quote-unquote revealed that Vlad is the reason that the wolves showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas and Nancy ended up in the same void that they were in last time. Nancy heard screams and pleas for help, then saw a humongous yellow eye, a little taller than the Arkwing in size.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas...
It's our Critical Role crossover.
It is. Just wait. Next episode, Matt Mercer is going to be the DM.
Please.
Oh boy!
Please.
Dream come true.
Honestly, yes.
I guess I'll just go fuck myself.
No. You will DM together. He'll be the good cop, you'll be the bad cop.
Wow. Fucking fire right there, Marina.
What? Good cop, bad cop.
Are you saying that John isn't capable of being good?
No? I just know he probably would prefer to torture us.
I mean,
Not
I
tempt
made
God.
Vlad.
Vlad is the perfect
But-
example
but-
of you creating something just to torture it.
It's fine. He's fine. He'll make it.
Like going to a Build-A-Bear workshop and just not giving it legs and arms.
But giving it full sentience.
Yep. Well,
I see you got the Pusheen plushie.
I would honestly like a Pusheen plushie.
Lucas,
Yes.
much to the chagrin of George, saw pre-war U.S. Army soldiers killing and putting Chinese citizens into a train that then drove off into the abyss.
Yes.
Then, for only a second, Lucas saw a city under the water. Once again, much to the chagrin of George. And later on, everyone finally woke up, ready to take on the trip back to the Arkwing with more questions and more bonding time. And last we left off,
George jumped out a window.
George jumped out a window, Nancy
Jumped
left
isn't
the
the right
room,
word. Hurdled himself.
you know, gave Sarah a heart attack. She's gone. She's dead now. Vlad was trying to eat more peaches. Lucas was slapping them away. And Mom was preparing to give Oleg a sponge bath.
Oh, right.
Yep. Yep.
You appear to have forgotten why George hurdled himself out a window.
I don't know how you could have forgotten this.
Death
But
is
you
preferable to naked communists.
So, what would you guys like to do?
George wants to. George, I assume, is still lying out near the graves, just kind of there.
He is. Sarah is looking at you, very upset.
Understandably.
I had two choices: hurdle myself out a window or see Oleg naked. I feel as though I have made the correct choice.
She thinks for a second, looks towards the window but doesn't look in, looks back towards you, then shrugs and relaxes in the chair.
Uh,
The three mercenaries are still playing poker.
good.
Still technically on watch, but mainly playing poker.
George is gonna crawl his way over and try to join the poker game.
Okay. You fairly easily manage to crawl your way over to the table. They look down at you oddly, but one of them still recognizes what you want, gets up, goes over to the kitchen, grabs a chair, and comes back.
Alright.
You do have a spot if you wanted to join in.
Yeah, he joins in.
Okay.
Can I just roll luck for this? Or
You can.
Alright.
This will be a luck roll. How many caps do you want to bet? You see that one of the mercenaries has bet 10 caps, and the other two seem to have called. So there's currently 30 caps in the middle.
Let me just check how many caps Georgicus has on his person.
Georgicus. I love it.
Georgius Maximus.
Georgimus
Uh,
Prime.
I opened the wrong sheet. Okay, I'm opening the right sheet. Do. Low adding. Okay. And George has 5,200. George is going to bet. George is going to bet 1,000 caps.
Okay.
What?
So, as you are sitting at this table, you get dealt a hand. They seem to just be focusing mainly on the poker game as opposed to idle conversation. When they deal out the cards, it's the guy to your left is the one making the bet first. He puts down the 10 caps, goes over to the next guy. Just a quick little double tap on the table.
Mm.
Next guy, double tap on the table. And then it gets to you, and you throw in 1,000 caps.
Yep.
All three of them look to you, half in anger and the other half in surprise, as they all three almost simultaneously fold. And one of them, the most senior of them, leans over to you. Now, this is supposed to be a friendly game. We don't get paid enough to match this.
Interesting. So, how much does she pay?
Oh, per trip she pays us about 100 caps
Each or in total?
each.
Let me ask you, is the bodyguard life the kind of life you want?
They all seem to ponder this question for a moment and look between each other. Then the two seem to just settle on the most senior of them, and he looks back to you and gives a light shrug. I mean, it's a living.
Let's say, theoretically, I have a town that needs guards. Would that kind of life interest you more? Yes, it still requires occasional combat, or at least preparation for combat. But you still get to have good homes, get to stay in the same place, not have to travel all the time.
As he opens his mouth to answer, you hear over from the rocking chair, "Are you trying to recruit my men?"
You told me I could have them if I wanted them.
When we get there!
Fine. He takes his caps back. Plus, I mostly did that as a joke. Surprising people is the only way I get my jollies anymore.
You hear one of the younger ones kind of under his breath, "Yeah, or ruining our game."
I'm sorry. George throws down 10 caps this time.
Okay. In the meantime, we're going to get back to those luck rolls in a minute.
Oh,
Lucas.
I already put my luck roll into
Yo.
the chat.
Oh, goody. What have you been doing?
Has Vlad continuously been trying to consume peaches?
He just keeps
For the
bending
record.
over, picking up the can again, gets knocked out of his hand, bends over, tries to pick up the can.
For the record, the first can he picked up that was, again, unmarked, and as he went to open it, you saw the similar,
Yes, I gathered.
consistency of the peaches, and you just slapped it out of his hand. He
No.
did a double take at it, and then seemed a little thankful to you.
And
Okay.
then reached for the can. Like, thanks for saving me from those peaches. I love peaches.
He did reach for a differently shaped can.
Not giving me a full description. Does it look suspect when he opens it?
When he picks up the can and after he manages to get it open, the inside looks like fairly well-ish kept baked beans. Uncooked,
Fine.
but still.
I look to him. Vlad, do you want to cook that before you eat it?
He looks up at you in confusion. You cook this?
You can.
But can I eat it now?
I'd recommend against it.
So you should cook it.
You should generally cook anything you find in the wasteland.
Even if it's already cooked?
If it's been sitting around for a while, yes.
So, just so we're both clear here, if it's cooked, but it's been sitting around for a while, I should cook it again.
Yes.
Okay.
He reaches for the peaches.
You're not... Does he?
No, he doesn't! He picks up about 4 similar looking cans, walks over to the kitchen, picks up a big-ish pot, big enough to hold the contents of all of them, and just casually says to you, I'm gonna start a fire outside. Maybe we can get ourselves some dinner.
Alright, sounds good.
Nancy. Or, well, actually, Lucas, are you following him outside?
I'm not letting you these raw. I'm not letting him do it.
But you could.
I also don't trust him to start a fire properly.
So as you go outside, you do see Vlad going over to his semi-open area, and this is out in the front, by the way, so as soon as you walk outside, you see George joining in to a poker game.
Mm-hmm.
Only mere moments after having that previous conversation with the mercenaries. And it does look as if Vlad does know how to make a fire. He is making a ring around an area with big-ish rocks that he's finding. He's careful not to leave the immediate area, but he's still trying to find a few bricks, some rocks, anything. Then he gets some old-ish wood from the house that already looks like it's breaking off. And he gets some dried grass and some of the dead plants. And, you know, after a while of trying to strike the fire, he does manage to light it. So, all in all, it looks like he's fairly well equipped to make a fire.
Okay.
I will ask you.
Yes.
To join in on the poker game.
Sure.
Okay. I will say by this time, one round would have already passed. George, what is your first luck roll?
It was a 20. A nat 20. I sent a screenshot of it.
Okay.
You did.
Everyone.
What?
Oh, I thought I was gonna have to do. Was I gonna have to do more luck rolls, John?
No, not yet.
Okay. Maybe I should just remove this 20 from existence then. Because I rolled another one.
Maybe you should wait until I ask you to make a luck roll.
Okay. Can I keep this one?
No.
Damn it.
That's what you get for rolling preemptively.
So, after they do deal out the cards, it is now the second guard's turn to start the ante. He puts in 5 caps. The next guard around puts in 10. You call and put in 10. The next guard, seemingly, again, the one to your immediate left is the most senior. The one in the middle is about the middle, and the one on the right is the youngest. The one on your left, after seeing your 10 caps go in, he gives a slight nod of approval and puts in 10 caps.
Okay.
After finishing the hand, dealing out all the cards and everything, you all show your cards, and you have won the hand.
I'm
They
assuming you're addressing George.
Yes.
Okay.
They seem a little bitter about it, but more good-spirited bitterness.
Okay. It's like, damn it.
Yeah, it's part of the game, it happens. And Lucas, are you just going to go grab a chair, or are you going to ask to join in?
I'm gonna kind of look at them. Not if I get in.
Well, so long as you don't put in 1,000 caps to start off with, you're welcome to join.
I kind of side as I walk past George after giving him a nod. I slap him on the back of the head, dumbass, and get a chair.
Okay.
It amused me.
Nancy,
Yes.
what are you doing in these trying times?
So, last time on Dragon Ball Z, Nancy was leaving the room because the bath was happening, right?
Yes, and Truffles had just woken up.
Right. I would imagine she spent some time with her dog between then and now. But seeing this kind of cluster of persons, she kind of makes her way over.
Okay.
And just kind of observes. What are you guys doing?
The
Poker.
mercenaries look up to you, almost in unison with Lucas. Poker.
Just all of us say that once. Poker.
George waits approximately 2 seconds. Hula hoops.
Nancy smiles. Right, hula hoops. Okay. You kids have fun. I'll just watch. And she kind of plops herself down.
Okay. From where you're sitting, you do have a pretty good view of the poker game going on. You see Sarah looking fairly content, just relaxing in the chair. Every now and then casually opening one of her eyes as if to do a quick scan of the area, just to make sure everything's still okay. Vlad is over, not too far away from the deck, but far enough that nothing could catch fire. And he is seemingly cooking something, as there are about 4 or 5 empty cans next to him. And there's a big bowl.
My favorite number, 4 or 5. George explains.
Exactly.
So you're just gonna watch the poker game then?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. It is now I will say for clarity, Lucas, you are sitting in between George and the most senior guard.
Okay.
It is now the youngest guard's turn. The initial 3 cards are dealt out. Everyone looks at their cards. Or no, initial 2 cards are dealt out. Everyone looks at their cards, and the youngest takes a little longer than usual looking at his cards, and then he puts in 15 caps. And the one senior right across from him lets out just a casual. And George, are you going to call or raise?
I haven't made a luck roll, so should I make a luck roll?
Yes.
Okay.
And Lucas, you make a luck roll as well.
Hold on, it fucking fell off.
I'm gonna say George I'm forgetting the term. Would raise be staying in the game?
Call is just match the bet. Don't want to raise, but you still want a piece of the action. Fold is where you don't want anything to do with it and just fold your cards. And
Yep.
raise is obviously raise.
Well, George doesn't know what I just rolled, so George is gonna raise.
I will say, for the sake of trying to make this easier, whatever roll you have
Mm.
is basically how good of a hand you think you have. So let's say you rolled an 18,
Mm.
you think that's a pretty good hand, you want to raise.
Mm.
If you rolled like a 2, that's maybe when you want to fold. But if you're rolling like a 14, that's
Mhm.
somewhere in the someone could have better or everyone could have worse. So
Well, in that case, George takes a brief look at his cards, and then just goes, "Ha," and folds.
okay.
It's just like, well then.
The middle-aged one across from you gives a little snicker.
Mm.
Not good a hand?
Not particularly.
Right. I put in 15 and yeah.
Okay. The senior one gives a quick glance up, like not really taking his face away from the cards, but gives a quick glance up to the youngest one, who made this, in his eyes, brazen bet.
Mm.
And he raises to 20 caps. The guard, the middle-aged guard, folds.
Mm.
Then it goes back to the youngest. He calls. And Lucas, are you going to call and put in 5 more caps or no?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Hmm.
As it gets back to the senior one, everyone shows their hands. Lucas, what was your luck roll?
20 total.
Okay. Uh, as they both show their hands, the youngest and the oldest, they have an almost identical hand, but Lucas, your hand slightly beats theirs.
Okay.
George, from previously, you won 30 caps.
Mm.
Lucas, altogether, you won 40 caps.
Cool.
And that's not including your own that you put in.
Yep.
Mm.
Would you like to play another hand?
I'm just kind of looking to the guards. And I'll say, it's up to you if we keep going.
They look slightly over to Sarah, and as she almost seemingly notices eyes on her, she looks over to their expectant eyes, looks up at the sky. Well, we have a little ways away before nightfall. We can either get a head start and move, or we can wait here until morning tomorrow.
Also, John, what's my health at the moment?
Your health? Right now,
Because I didn't adjust it from...
with all of the care that Mom has been giving you, you would assume that there were stim packs involved and a lot of wrappings, gauze, disinfectants, everything like that. So everyone who was unconscious now has full health and full resistance.
Cool. Cool.
My HP is back. Woo! Woo!
Whoop.
George, I will say,
So, did that count as a long rest, or no?
for all of you, yes, that counted as a long rest.
Okay.
For George and Vlad, that counted as a short rest. Not enough to fully heal you, but enough to bring the resistance back.
Mm.
So, George, you have your resistance back, but not your health.
No.
Vlad has his resistance of 5 back. So,
It's okay.
would you guys like to? Because as it stands right now, it is. And George, you would know this. Currently, it's about. What does it say exactly? Like 5:42:10.01.
Good.
So you
Good.
have about an hour or two before it starts getting dark. Not like midnight dark, but dark enough to where traveling would possibly be dangerous.
We should just wait until morning.
She looks over at you. She looks over at you, gives a slight nod, and then looks back over to the mercenaries. You heard 'em, boys. You have until morning. They do kind of seem a little happy with the prospect of potentially earning more money.
Hmm.
Okay.
So, would you like to play another hand?
If the game is continuing, then George will keep playing.
What
Okay.
time is it, John?
It is 5:43. Point 21. 0.0677.
Great. All right. Once it I guess gets dark out, Nancy's gonna go to bed, but for now she's staying out here.
Hmm.
Where specifically are you going to sleep?
What are my options? Is there the lounge?
Your
The
options are the third floor, the chapel, arguably the safest, second only to the basement, the second floor, which is the ballroom, and then on the ground floor you have the two kitchens, the dining room, the living room, which is where you were all being tended to, and the storeroom.
I'll take the room I was being tended to.
Okay. So you're going to wait until it starts getting dark?
Yeah.
Okay. Probably for the best. And George and Lucas, where are you
Wait.
two going to want to sleep?
Um,
An interesting question.
I guess your
I
question
mean-
would be, where do you want to be posted?
George is just gonna kind of chill on the porch, I suppose.
Okay.
I mean, I'm probably just gonna find a couch.
Okay. So living room as well.
I will say, before I do go to bed though, I go to find where Arthur got buried and do the closest thing to basically apologizing and saying my respects.
Okay.
Hmm.
And Vlad is going to be sleeping in the living room as well. Sarah seems like she is going to set up in the storage room. Same with the mercenaries, as she still wants to kind of keep her distance from you guys, at least when they sleep. Because it seems like she trusts those three enough to sleep in the same room as them.
Yep.
So I will say, after a while, let me just... both George and Lucas make one last luck roll.
Okay. George folds again.
Well,
I dropped
what?
20 caps onto the table.
This is more for overall how the rest of the night
Oh, okay.
goes.
George
Okay.
rolled 4.
Okay.
I rolled a 19 natural.
Of course you did.
Okay.
You rolled a natural 20 for your first roll.
Yeah, I know.
So, Lucas,
Eh,
through the majority of the rest of the night, you seem to win a good number of hands. Not all of them, but a good number of them. Overall, you are up about, I would say, about 60 caps.
Okay.
Uh,
Cool.
the second most winner would be the most senior guard.
Hmm.
He is
Logically.
up about 40 caps. He seems to be a pretty good poker player overall. Then the youngest is up about 10 caps. Not a big winner, but he didn't come out at a loss. Oh boy. Uh, the last two, the middle guard, he's down about 20 caps. And
Mm-hmm.
George, you're down about 40.
Yeah.
You did not do so well these next few
No.
hands.
No.
How much did Bucket lose?
40.
Ah. I mean, all things considered, what you do have in your pocket is not that bad.
Yeah. I mean, overall, again, it was just a friendly game, so it wasn't too much winning and losing, and a lot of the stuff that you lost, you won back later, only to lose again. So
Mm.
Yeah.
you didn't do
Um,
the worst.
yeah. John, can I say, before I actually lie down for the evening, I head down to the basement and I try to find um, a nice looking bottle cap, one that is maybe a little more unique than the other ones in the pile.
Okay. Uh, Before you do go down, I will say after about a half an hour, honestly, Vlad comes over to the table with a fully cooked meal for the lot of you, Nancy as well. He made a little side dish for Truffles, something
Mhm.
for Sarah, something for Oleg and Mom. And
What is this, by the way,
ooh,
that he made for truffles specifically?
so the one that he made for Truffles specifically, it is a mix of like canned cooked spam and canned beans.
Nice.
So edible for a dog, but still human food.
No.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Uh, and fascinatingly enough, he seems to be a pretty damn good cook.
Cool.
And the meal that he gives everyone is a little bland, but with what he had, it's not bad. There is the full plate is a decent chunk of spam, cooked spam, by the way. The majority of it seems to be like half the plate is baked beans, and he
Mhm.
did find some silverware and plates in the kitchen. So there's a little piece of spam, some baked beans taking up half of the plate, and then a little bit of cooked vegetables on the side.
Mhm.
He does make enough for everyone. He hands it out to Sarah. Once Oleg and Mom come out, hands them a plate. Lucas hands you a plate, hands Truffles a plate, Nancy, the three mercenaries. And as he goes to hand you a plate, George, he
Mm.
looks at you for a second, thinks
Mm.
to himself, nods to himself, and then hands you the plate.
George just kind of looks at the plate for a moment, looks at Plaid, just slowly slides the plate over to Vlad. What, you aren't hungry, George?
uh, Ironically enough, he does look at you. You're not gonna eat?
Vlad, we've been over this. What feels like a dozen times.
He looks to you in confusion and says, "Wait, but I thought you said you could eat."
No.
He does look visibly dejected.
Whoop.
Whoop, there it is.
But that was very nice of you, Vlad, to think of George.
Very much so. George, just hold the plate if you need to.
Just
fucking
hold
hold
it
the plate.
there.
Hold the plate for the kid. Do it.
George, are you going to keep or push away the plate?
He gives it to Vlad.
Okay. Vlad walks away holding 2 plates, one for
Okay,
himself and one for himself.
good.
Good.
He does eventually, you do see, he does eventually give the second plate to Oleg, as he seems
Yep.
a little extra hungry.
Nah.
So,
Oleg, hungry? Not at all.
got the figure of a gazelle.
Hmm.
Debatable, but sure.
A gazelle that eats about 48 pounds of whey protein a day. He eats it out of a trough dry.
God.
This is amazing, everybody. No, come, enjoy.
He just pulls his head out and is covered in it. He's just like, oh, I have eaten nothing else for 7 years. It is good.
It's
It
like,
make Oleg's biceps grow biceps grow biceps.
all I can think about is like Gaston saying how he eats 4 dozen eggs every morning. And I'm just,
Oh,
I can
oh,
see Oleg pushing double that.
Jesus
He just,
Christ.
I just imagine Oleg picking up a hen, squeezing it, and having it just poop eggs into its mouth.
Oh God.
I'm now just
Oh
like,
my God.
I'm now just. No, the image I'm now getting is like on Oleg's birthday, he doesn't get a cake, he just breaks eggs into the drop of whey protein.
No. Michael, it's one step further. He doesn't get a cake. He just acquires the ingredients, eats them all separately.
It goes to the same
Except when
place,
it comes
right?
to chocolate, he just gets baking chocolate.
Mm.
So it's unsweetened.
So, as the night is winding down and everyone seemingly content-ish with their winnings,
uh,
it seems like the senior, at this point, kind of considers you, Lucas, a rival. It seems like he really wanted to win more, but you
okay.
stopped him from winning more. Uh, all 3 of them go back to, 2 of them go into the storeroom to seemingly take a power nap, as it were, as one of them starts his regular patrol around the border. Sarah does go inside to presumably sleep the whole night away. She doesn't really want to go on guard duty. George, you do get propped up on the rocking chair.
Hmm.
Do you have the double mag out?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Lucas, I'm going to talk about Lucas. Vlad, Oleg, Nancy, Mom, and Truffles all go into the living room, presumably to all sleep. Oleg, pretty easy, out like a light in about a minute after he lies down. Mom
Good night,
trying to
friend.
find Mom tries to find the most comfortable spot, and then after a little bit, does fall asleep. Vlad just watches as Lucas takes a couch and Nancy takes a couch. And Lucas, I'll get to your cap in a minute. Uh, he sees that both couches are taken and just finds a spot on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And Nancy, you're just taking a couch.
Yep.
Do you want Truffles
Have
to
it.
sleep with you or next to you?
Uh, Next to me.
Okay.
He'll
He
kick me off
finds
the
a
bed otherwise.
yeah. He finds a spot relatively safely between both the couch and Vlad, because he's kind of just in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas, as
Oi.
you go to the basement where you know that mountain of caps is, uh, you do see something fairly odd to your knowledge.
Mm.
Uh, the gigantic mountain of caps that was previously there, a good quarter of the top of it is just gone.
Okay.
So seemingly someone took it.
Hmm.
And you're
Okay.
going to try and find a fairly
Nice
pristine
cap.
or special or different looking cap.
Yes.
Okay. Make a perception roll.
17.
It takes you the good portion of about 20 minutes to really sift through all of the caps, because there are quite a lot of them.
Hmm.
And after a while, oddly enough, because of your background, you do find a single Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle cap.
I haven't seen one of these in forever.
And you can't really fathom where Arthur got this bottle cap, but it is clear as day, just a regular bottle cap with a blue star on it.
Huh.
Alright.
You hold, Lucas. You hold on to that.
I mean, Michael, that is the point. It's specifically going to be getting turned into a necklace.
One day, you're gonna encounter a crazy person that's gonna try to punch Lucas in the face and take it.
Hmm. If he tries that, he's going to get about 7 bullets in his lower back.
Oh yeah, no, that's probably what'll happen. Yeah, because I'm not joking, by the way, Matt. This will happen. You think I'm joking, but Lucas is gonna make his one cameo appearance in my campaign, and then some dude's gonna try and punch him in the face and take his necklace.
Oh god.
So, Lucas, you do gather that even though a good portion of the caps is gone, and George, even though you're not here, you know that Sarah probably is the one that took the majority of those caps.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
He did tell her.
hmm He told her where the caps were, and at some point she must have come down here and taken some.
Hmm.
But you do have your Sunset Sarsaparilla cap, and you're content with that, or do you want to keep looking for others?
I'm content with this one.
Okay. So you do go back up the stairs, reclose the door, and you're just heading off to bed now?
Hmm.
Okay. So just mark off one Sunset Sarsaparilla cap.
Hmm.
And George, are you keeping an active watch, or are you just making a passive watch?
I'm gonna say active watch because he has literally nothing better to be doing with his time.
Okay. Make a perception roll.
All right. That is 17.
Okay. That 17 is going to carry you through the rest of the night. As you do see, the first guard shift goes by relatively no real noise or anything happening. He occasionally walks up to you,
Eh.
gives idle chatter of like, how are things going? How's it feel to not sleep? Things like that.
George answers as sarcastically, but at the same time as nicely as he can. So he's like, not sarcasm to be a dick, sarcasm to be funny.
Yeah. The first one on shift, by the way, was the youngest.
Mm.
And then after a good 2-3 hours have passed, he walks back inside, finishes his shift. Then the middle oldest comes out. He does a quick little nod and, how you holding up before he goes on his rounds. Him being the more daring of the group, he patrols inside and outside. So it is a little worrying to you that after he makes his first round inside, first round outside, second round inside, third round it takes him a little longer outside. So he doesn't come out, he doesn't come back in around the same time that he did last time. But just as you're about to start raising the alarm bells, he does walk back in. Do you want to try and ask him what he was doing or no?
Yeah, I'll ask him. What were you doing?
You're not the one on shift, you're sleeping.
Oh, my bad.
George, would you like to
Yeah.
ask him?
I think I spaced out for a moment. What
So,
would I be asking? Or what did
made
he
his-
say?
He made his first round inside. The
Mm,
second round, being a little more daring and brazen, he made outside of the perimeter.
mm,
Then the third one he made inside, and then the fourth one he did outside again.
mm,
He took a little while longer than before to come back, and
mm.
just when you were about to get, nervous and start calling for people to come look for this guy, he does come back in. So it's more of, do you want to bring it up to him, or do you want to just trust what he was doing?
George is gonna just kind of be like, everything alright?
Uh, he, as he does come up the stairs to change out shifts, he looks at you with a slightly pained expression and a slightly shorter walking speed as he's kind of hobbling, and he looks at you
Mm,
with pain in his eyes. You ever wiped your ass with a stick?
What?
at that, George just kind of looks at him, and he smiles sort of sadly. He's like, while I was alive, toilet paper was still readily available.
Uh, he seemingly looks very unhappy. Well, when I went to get a leaf, it was poison ivy. The only thing else I had was a stick. Or my clothing. I made a choice. And he walks inside. There is a slight hobble to his steps.
Ah.
My God. I made a choice. I love
And then the senior most one does come out, gives you a casual greeting. Hey, how's it going? And then starts on his rounds.
Mm,
For his rounds, he does the inside once, the outside once, and then stands inside the gate, but still looking out.
mm.
So, after those first two perimeter checks, he doesn't make another one.
Alright.
And George,
Mm,
throughout the night, with your perception check,
mm,
you do see farther out in the distance, a little ways, like where the bend of the hill goes, you do see four figures do pop up, more or less just trying to see what you're doing. One of them looks over to the distance, nods. You don't get a clear look at who they are, but you do see fairly distinctly in the dark night. There is one of them with white hair, so you can assume that these are the four test subjects. At the very least, just checking in. And then they
mm,
go about their business.
Mm.
You do see that one of the, and again, ironically enough, this whole time that you've been at this mansion, you
mm,
haven't seen any animals,
mm.
but now you do see one of the birds land on the little overhang to the deck that you're sitting on, and the bird just lands there and starts looking out.
Mm. So wait, has the senior guy already head back in then?
He's still out by the gate. He hasn't seen them, but he's more or less taking a relaxed guard.
Hmm.
So he's not like super old, but he seems to be the one that the other two look up to. So
Hmm.
you can just assume that he knows what he's doing, and if he hears something, he's gonna go find out. But for right now, he's
Mhm.
just standing at the gate.
All right.
And what?
I was gonna say if he happens to head back over to George, he's gonna try and get his attention, but
Okay.
yeah.
Uh, so from that little exchange with the test subjects, it seems as though for a while they seemingly lost you, or they
Hmm.
just went and did their own thing.
Yeah.
Because again, you didn't see any animals. And then after a while, when it looks like there should be another shift change, as it's currently like 3 in the morning, the senior most one does start coming back to change shifts. So you can grab him if you want.
Hmm.
Would you like to?
I think I spaced that again. What did you say?
Do you want
Sorry.
do you want to grab the senior most one?
Yes. If he comes close enough to George, he is gonna try and get his attention.
He is changing shifts.
All right. Um. Actually, he's gonna try and catch both of them then.
Well, the way that they change shifts is they go inside to where the other one is sleeping, wake them up, and then just lay down as the
Hmm.
other one goes outside. So it's only ever going to be one that you're interacting with until morning.
He's still gonna try and. Can he tell them both separately then?
That's fine.
He's just going to notify them about. Specifically, he's going to mention the white haired woman, but he's just going to tell them, look, there's a bunch of weirdos that are technically with us, but they don't want to be in the group. If you see any of them, and he gives their general descriptions,
Okay.
he's like, if you see something that fits that description, don't sweat it. It's
Uh,
just them checking in on us.
the senior most one seems a little more on edge, but he's still going in for a shift change.
Mm,
And when the other one comes out, the youngest one again,
mm,
he seems a little panicked, but he trusts that you know what's going on and what's best, and then he does his rounds again.
mm.
And then after a while, the sun does come up, and everyone starts waking up, and it's a brand new day. About 6 in the morning right now.
Alright.
And I will say
George.
everyone does come outside. If Lucas and Nancy want to do something else, you can.
So we're
George.
Yes.
cool.
Nancy?
That's all. I heard that Michael was gonna say George, so I was just asking the quick question.
Okay.
George was just going to make it apparent that he wants to get ready and get going as soon as possible.
Okay. Sarah does give a slight nod, and then she tells her men to start loading on whatever cans of food they can. She says try and take everything, but with the size of the carts right now, her cart is full up on scrap, and your cart is full up on food.
Mhm.
So you're not going to get too much more, but you're going to get enough. And so is everyone just getting ready for the journey?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. George, over the course of time, you are seated in the driver's seat of your cart. They do surprisingly manage to get a little over half of all the cans of food. Um, and they manage to scrounge up some sacks. Sacks that they use most of the time for scrap, but because everything's canned, it's not like going to contaminate anything. And these are fairly hefty sacks. They're basically the size of like full garbage bags, and they managed to get 5 of those.
Okay.
They fit 2 to the top of your cart, and on their cart they kind of make like a divot in all the scrap to seat the 3 other sacks.
All right.
Whether or not they're rotted or healthy food, you don't know because they're in cans. And it does seem, based on what happened with Vlad, that there are some nasty cans mixed in there.
George is going to assume they checked them because Sarah implied that they would.
They can only check them to the point of making sure the cans aren't rusted, making sure the cans aren't exploded anywhere or open to the air.
This is true.
They can't really open it. They can like swish it around and hear if there's anything in there. So to the best of your knowledge, you have an extra 5 sacks of canned food.
Cool.
Okay. And once all the carts are loaded, and Biggie and fuck, what's his name? Hank. Why do
Hank.
I only remember Biggie?
You don't have to ask that question. You already know the answer.
So, once Biggie and
Our
Hank are
Lord
all
and
ready to
Savior,
go,
Biggie.
stop it. Are you guys just gonna immediately go? Because right now you still have about 3 days left in the arc.
Yeah. George is ready to go literally any moment.
Okay.
Nancy is also the ready.
You know right now you are at the halfway point. Sarah, as you guys are leaving the mansion and going down the hill, Sarah does look over to you as the view of the city is in sight. So, do you guys want to scout out that city or just pass it by?
I support whatever decision y'all may have.
I'm not necessarily in great condition for a city search. Not gonna lie.
Lucas, what is your decision?
I had my mic muted. I think it would be wise, with George not having legs, us being pretty well stocked and at the brink of overflowing almost to a degree, to come back to this.
She kind of shrugs almost indifferently. Alright, whatever you guys say. And then I want all 3 of you to make a perception roll.
Okay.
And this is going to carry you all the way back to the Arcwing.
17.
Okay. Guess I ain't getting a perception roll from anyone else.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm rolling.
How dare you?
I got 15.
I keep grabbing the wrong dice because all of my dice are in a pouch. Alright, found the D20.
Took you long enough.
That is
Yo,
a
lazy
natural
bones.
18.
Okay. What do you two got something more important to do right now?
No, I'm just tired.
I couldn't find my dice. Like, I have my pouch, but I couldn't find the D20.
Why don't you just keep your D20 out?
I usually do,
Okay.
but now I'm keeping it out.
Okay.
So, throughout the rest of the journey back, it's fairly uneventful. You
Mhm.
do hear the occasional scuffle off in the distance, and you do hear some animals off in the distance, but after almost a split second after you heard them, they just go silent. So, to your
Hmm.
knowledge, something out there is warding away all the danger.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
after 3 days, for the sake of expediency, the 3 days, they're pretty uneventful. You do go through about half of one of the sacks
Hmm.
of canned food for the 2 nights that you camped out.
Okay.
But after the middle portion of the third day, so around noon, I was
Hmm.
going to say noon o'clock, but you know.
Noon o'clock.
So after around noon,
I did not consent to this, Marina.
What?
No
uh,
nude o'clock.
Noon o'clock.
Nude. You said nude o'clock. I do not. I do
Hmm.
not agree.
Oh. Nude o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. Anyways, moving on.
Noon.
you do
My
start seeing familiar areas that you've seen before around the Arkwing.
Mhm.
You over in the distance, you do see the Arkwing, but there are still a few trees in the way. Uh, However, as you're getting closer, it seems like a lot of these trees that are around the general area of the Arkwing have
Mhm.
been sufficiently knocked down and cut down, so presumably by the people of the town. And as you are getting closer and closer, um, to the point where you can see the armored gate, the outer gate again being the most defended.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Uh, Sarah does stop in her tracks, and the guards all look impressed as she says, "Man, you really weren't kidding, huh?"
No, we weren't.
Mm-mm.
And George kind of pauses at the sort of sight of the town. He's like, to be honest, I've spent most of my life destroying things. It's nice to see something that I've worked on improve.
Well, if it's this well defended, then I'm fairly confident in saying that I'm fine with staying here for a while and opening trade routes.
Fair
Sounds
enough.
good. Sounds good.
Uh, Oleg seems almost unimpressed, and Mom
Yeah, sure.
seems
Of
fairly
course he
indifferent.
does.
George literally could care less about Oleg's opinion.
Oh, so
Oleg
you
could
mean
be a.
he actually cares a little bit about his opinion?
uh,
George glances at Oleg and just so quietly that literally only George can hear it. So I'm just telling you this all because I want you to know. He just says, "Wish I had let you die to the dog venom." I will never let go of dog venom.
Dog.
I mean, Michael, it's a nuclear apocalypse with mutated creatures. Is that really so hard to believe?
Parrot venom.
so,
Hey, parrot venom is a thing.
No, it isn't.
I'm sure there's a game somewhere where parrots have venom.
Matt, I want you to know there in a almost immediately abandoned concept me and my buddy Ryan had in high school. We were gonna do a series of Minecraft Let's Plays with a story.
Mhm.
And one of the I know that you can see why it was quickly abandoned. But one of the concepts of it was that Mason was running around causing mayhem through using a portal that was powered secretly by parent venom. It
Mhm.
was a sign I randomly put on the back of the portal and told no one about.
Mhm.
So, as you are getting closer to the gate, you do see. How many was it? Five. You
Mhm.
see two paladins just standing on the ground outside, seemingly to open and close the gate.
Mm.
There are still paladins and different soldiers. Most of them on this outer wall are paladins
Mm.
in power armor.
Alright.
Mhm.
It's further in that you're getting closer to the just regular grunts of the Brotherhood.
Eh.
But there are two outside, and they seem to be letting in five people wearing cloaks and hoods.
Okay.
Uh, these five in cloaks, as they get close to the gates, they all, almost in unison, give a bow, and then the guards seem annoyed and a little not taking it seriously as they kind of roll their eyes but let them in anyway.
I
And
would
then
say
you go
George
inside.
makes a beeline for them, but he can't. He is physically incapable of that.
I
So,
believe in you, George. With the power of friendship, anything is possible.
George
yay!
was. Hold on. How. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Let
Uh-huh.
me think for a moment.
Hmm.
So here's what I'm gonna say. George is. How far away are the people in hoods? First off.
If you kept going with the car, like they're in eyesight, but you would kind of have to really shout if you wanted to get their
Oh, he
attention.
doesn't. I was gonna ask if George could try and hurdle himself in front of.
From this distance, at this distance, it is lowly possible.
Okay. Uh, would a natural 19 make it?
Negatory.
Ah.
So, and because you rolled, I will say you
Yep.
tried.
Uh huh.
So with your power arm, God, I'm having a stroke again.
Don't worry, I've been having a stroke for the past like week and a
Empathetic.
half. Has a bet to bet, had bet to pass a bet, had bet, bet.
Oops.
Mm.
So, with your power arm, see that's what fucked me. Saying power
Mm.
arm.
Yep.
You do manage to launch yourself off of the cart,
Mhm.
startling everyone, as you
Mhm.
didn't tell anyone what you're doing.
Yep.
You launch yourself a good way over towards the guards, and as they are being let in, you just slam into the ground. No damage is taken, but it is a
Mm.
fairly graceful-ish fall with only two arms to catch yourself. Uh,
Mhm.
the guards seem to snap to attention as the gates close, and they start making their way over to you, and now notice the fairly large party of two carts, mercenaries and other people. And
Mm.
as they're making their way over to you, George, they seem to notice you about halfway and then go back to a more relaxed state, but are still making their way towards you.
Eh.
And as they get up to you, they're looking down at you,
Uh huh.
and one of them just asks, The fuck happened to you?
George looks at them and says, "Would you like the truth or a logical lie?"
They kind of look between each other and then look back down to you. Well, it was more of a question out of courtesy. We don't care.
Mm. In that case, a demon wearing a top hat stole my legs in a dream.
They look at you for a moment.
He just starts laughing and just starts crawling away.
I mean,
He's just like, "Yeah, I've had my fun. Time to move on." Oh my god.
he's not wrong.
No, what George said is entirely accurate. But, no, he's heading over to the hooded folks.
At this point, they still have to open the gates for you. At this point, these hooded people have at least gone past the second gate, as you have heard it open and close.
Alright.
Is everyone else coming up to the gate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're coming up to the gate with the carts.
I will say, as you launched yourself forward,
Mm-hmm.
the mercenaries are startled and go on alert, but once they see you flying in the air, they sigh to themselves and just continue onwards. Sarah, for the most part, keeps her cool, and there's no real different expression other than, you know, her hands in her face because you can't see her expression, and all you hear is,
It's like, he did it again. Oh my god.
and then you do all start making your way towards the entrance. As you all manage to make it up to George, the two paladins seem to stand there and at least keep you safe for the short moment that you're still on the ground. You do get picked up and put back onto the cart. And
So he doesn't resist this.
Okay.
He's like, well.
They do walk you back over to the gates. And as they start inspecting your cart, mainly just looking at it, even though you can't see their face past the power armor, you do hear one of them. Man, that is a lot of food.
We have a town to feed.
Yep.
Well, they have been doing pretty well off on their own, so
Well, now we got a surplus.
that's always good. So you guys want to get in then?
Preferably,
like
yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
They look up and do a quick swirling motion with their finger, and you do hear the gates starting to open.
Alright.
And as you're entering through, they give you a quick little good day to you.
You as well.
Good day.
And as you go through the first gate, you're looked over by a second pair of Brotherhood soldiers this time, not paladins. They do the same thing, a little swirl with their finger. You go through the second gate. And then the third gate, it's mainly just a group of scribes that meticulously inspects most of your stuff. Recognizing you, they do give your cart a little leniency, more of a once-over. Not recognizing Sarah, they do a fairly thorough search of all the scrap.
Yep.
So they're really just like moving stuff out of the way, picking a few things up, looking at it, making sure it's not dangerous. And as they're doing this whole process, Sarah looks to you a little annoyed. Is this really necessary?
George. Let them through. They're fine. They're with us.
The scribes look like they're mid-search.
Mhm.
They do look to you, look between each other, talk amongst themselves a little. You do catch every now and then the words, yeah, but Timothy said, and then more hushed whispers.
Mm.
After just a quick little debate between themselves, they do the same swirl motion with their hand, and you're let through.
Mm.
Mhm.
When you come through the gate to the town of Shackleton,
Mm.
uh, you do see, instead of the basic huts that you had originally,
Mm.
you now have some houses. It seems they have foregone individual houses for more of a town lodging. So
Mm.
there are three fairly big houses, at least with 2 stories on them. They
Mm.
aren't the best looking houses, but they are made almost entirely of wood.
Mhm.
Okay.
Hmm.
You do see Hannah's General Store now has a third and fourth floor.
Okay.
Dear Lord, why?
Uh, it's not gotten any wider or longer, it's just gotten taller.
Okay.
Uh, her sign has been improved a little bit. It still says Hannah's Goods, but it seems like almost scribbled in between Hannah's and Goods. There's really squeezed in there the word general. So it
Okay.
now reads Hannah's General Goods,
Okay.
Hmm.
and it
Do
seems
you mean to tell me that Hannah's Goods was not up to snuff for what people had as expectations?
at least not to Hannah.
George is gonna look at Sarah and just say, I just want to give you a warning. We don't go to Hannah's. Mainly because every time any of us have gone to Hannah's, something has happened. In fact,
And
last time I went to Hannah's, now correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't George take something to the face? It wasn't lethal.
the last time you went to Hannah's, you did take something to the face, but it was because of Lucas, not Hannah.
I'm aware,
Lucas
but
had
it was
set up a
Hannah's
trap
trap.
for Hannah.
I'd reset the trap that
Yeah,
she
it was
tried to
Hannah's
use on
trap.
me.
What was the trap again? Wasn't it
It
like a
was a
ball
beanbag
launcher?
cannon.
Yeah, it was a beanbag cannon. Yeah, I took a beanbag to the face, which is arguably better than the time she strapped a grenade to a hatchet. It
It was a battle axe.
was a battle
Boy,
axe?
it was a battle axe.
Ah, good.
Like Rognak.
Mm. Yeah, she's insane.
We don't talk to Hannah if we can help it.
If we
Sarah looks Sarah looks to the 4-story tall building
Yeah.
and not really to anyone, just in general, says,
Mm.
"All right, got it. Not going there."
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe you'll provide some welcome competition so that maybe people will have somewhere they can go that won't involve taking a beanbag to the face.
And as you guys have more or less been focused on Hannah's store and the
Mm.
changes that it has gone through,
Mm.
you now notice what you didn't notice originally.
Mm.
It seems there is a crowd gathered in the center of the town. The bonfire, or at least the
Mm.
pit for the bonfire, is still there.
Okay.
It seems like there are a few new faces,
Mm.
and the men in the robes are standing there. Uh, and there is one seemingly prominent figure. It is a man adorned with robes, the same brown robes that the other 5 were wearing. On his head, there is a fairly large traffic cone. And
George is just slowly just looking them over. And is looking sadder and more dejected the more he looks.
the other...
So these are your people, George.
They
George.
finally found me.
The other 5, the one in just the regular robes, they are, once they turn their heads a little bit, their hoods are still up, but you can make out kind of smaller features. You do, at the very least, recognize them to be citizens of Shackleton, as they hold out their arms, and someone just from the crowd runs and brings each one of them a traffic cone. Now there are 6 men in the center of town wearing traffic cones. And they seem to be addressing the people.
Oh dear.
What would you like to do?
Nancy turns to George. George, fix this.
Fix what?
The men.
George just kind. George is just gonna make his way into the crowd.
Wait,
Just saying,
I carry
excuse me,
these-
and part.
Nancy kneels down to George. May I please carry you so you look a little more dignified and a little bit better than the men with the cones on their heads?
That's a tall ask, but sure.
Thank you.
Sarah
Pounds benefit. Really.
Sarah looks to the men in traffic cones and back to you. Yeah, I'm gonna sit this one out. You just let me know how this goes.
Oh, knowing these kind of encounters, you'll either hear screaming, genuflecting, or explosions.
Good. Let me know how it goes.
Uh-huh. George and Nancy march into the fray, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold him piggyback style.
Is Lucas joining them? I will say for the record, Oleg and Mom are not. They just seem amused.
This is fair.
I'm just gonna watch this.
So, Nancy and George, as you approach these men, you hear from them. And today, we are gathered around and thankful for everything that this town has done for each other. We will become a thriving community.
Okay. George just kind of like nods to this and
Nancy turns to George. Should we interrupt them? Or should we keep listening until they say something corrupt?
how about we make our way to the front of the crowd and then we just see how this goes for now.
Sounds like a plan.
George is gonna make an active habit of apologizing to anyone they push through and just kind of greet anyone that he recognizes and just generally be George.
Nancy's gonna do the same and just kind of awkwardly say, sorry, excuse me, got a big robot on my back and it kind of hurts.
Okay. As you're pushing through the crowd, and as you're doing so, and your general greetings to those that you recognize, a lot of the faces are the people of Shackleton. Instead of a regular hello, some of them do give a light bow, and you do hear, blessed be with you.
At this, George, to the first person that says this, actually more just in response, he says it more under his breath, just like, uh-huh.
I will say,
Uh,
Nancy does turn to George at one point and goes, "Did you teach them that?"
no.
Got
Nancy,
it.
Nancy, I haven't prayed in, well, actually, no, I prayed well, not last night, like 3 nights ago.
There was a time skip.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nancy's aware of the time skips.
So,
So you're just making your way to the front of the group?
mhm.
Okay. Uh, as you do make your way to the front, you do hear, uh, as you do break through the front, you do hear and see the men and women. There are
Mhm.
about 3 men and 3 women that are wearing these traffic cones. All of them you now recognize as being members of Shackleton. Not enough to where, like, you knew their names on a regular
But
basis.
you saw them.
Yeah, you saw them around. You know they were a part of the people that came and created
Mhm.
this town. And the one in the front is an elderly man. He does have a fairly bushy white beard.
Mhm.
Not long white hair. He does have a little bit of a balding spot on top, but it is covered mostly by the hood, but you can still kind of see it.
Mm.
His hair is at least shoulder length and white. He's got the full mustache and beard combo. To his immediate right, at the very least, you recognize as his son by the facial features, and to his left, his daughter. Not really too much of a similarity, but at least, similar facial features and everything. Um, the other 2 in back, there is, oh no, the other 3 in back. There is another man. He seems more on the younger side, not family to the older man in front, but still younger and still participating, at least at the age of about, 29, 30.
Mm.
And the other 2 women, one of them seems to be an elderly woman, and one of them seems to be a pretty young woman. So altogether, there seems to be a old, adult, and young, or young adult, of each of the genders here.
Mm.
And again, as you break through the front, the elderly man looks down at you quickly,
Mm.
and spreads his arms wide. And we have thanks that our good mare is returned to us. We welcome you, mare.
Thank you. So, I can't help but notice that, well, this, I'm fairly certain, was not occurring when I left.
They do almost all chuckle at different points. The elderly man in front. Yes, when you left us about a week or so ago, or no, a little over 2 weeks ago now. Time flies so fast. I apologize, but when you left us, we were fairly in dire straits. That the people needed to band together and create some form of council of sorts, and that is what we have created here. We are able to provide order and stability upon your absence. If you have brought anything back that could help the town, that would be greatly appreciated. But we have sent out hunting parties and have started gathering supplies from the local trees and fauna of the area.
Okay.
Did
This
he
is
know
all.
you fought us?
George kind of nods to this and is smiling. He's like, good, good.
George, why don't you tell them about all the great things you brought back and all the great things we've been doing since your absence?
Nancy, I was literally about to do that.
Oh, don't do
Yes.
that. We make such a good team.
Yes, on our pilgrimage, we managed to retrieve a great deal of food, both vegetables, fruits, meats, and we've also brought back a great deal of scrap metal to help improve the town.
Uh,
Nancy, what? What's a pilgrimage?
It's a trip.
A
That's all that
journey.
really matters.
It's journey, man. Nancy.
Lucas, you're not there.
No, you're not.
Where am I?
You stayed
You-
back over by the cart.
Yep.
Okay.
You said you were just watching.
Mm,
You're just gonna
They
stay back
forced
and
their
watch.
way through the group.
Okay.
Uh, so as you say this, you do see the face of this now council all grow into bright smiles. The people around you grow into bright smiles, and the elderly man addresses you again. Oh, that is so wonderful. Bless you. Thank you. Truly, you are a mayor we do not deserve.
I wouldn't go that far, but okay.
Is
so,
there enough for us to have a feast tonight, Mr. Mayor?
He thinks for a moment. I'm pretty sure there is, and this is me saying it, not George. I'm pretty sure there is. Is there not?
Based on the cart, there is enough for a feast tonight,
Mm.
and also, it
Mm.
would honestly be best to have a feast because the meat has been out for about a full week. Of
Yeah.
refrigeration.
Yeah.
So it's
A
getting on the
feast.
dodgy side.
Yeah. A feast would be a wise decision, I'd say.
And the elderly man claps his hands together. Oh, wonderful. Truly wonderful. Then, so let it be. We will have a feast tonight. And you do hear cheering from the crowd and some light clapping.
Now, I'll make sure to help with that, but he kind of looks down. As some of you may have noticed, I have experienced some mild inconveniences.
during our pilgrimage.
During our pilgrimage. Just the sudden burst of that statement.
Oh my god.
The elderly man looks at you, and the others seemingly now, as opposed to noticing your mere presence, notice that you are in some way injured.
Mm,
The elderly man looks very concerned.
mm.
Mr. Mayor, is there anything we can do to help you? Is there any healing or assistance you may need of us?
Not from you. The best you can do for me is make sure the town is as it needs to be, and I can help you get this feast going. And then again, he sort of looks down. Then I at least want to set in motion the process of getting legs back. 'Cause I'm not much use to anyone without them.
He does a deep bow to you, and so it will be.
Might I ask your name, good sir?
You see, names are fairly behind us at this point. All of us have merely taken up a seat of the council. I am the chairman, as it were. The council has decided that I should be the chairman.
That's fine.
Um,
Alright, I'll just...
may I ask a question?
Yes, of course, child.
I'm 21, but okay.
60.
Yeah, I mean, he is... Yeah.
This is true.
Honestly, Marina, that's about middle-aged in the wasteland.
Oh my god.
Um,
Wait, 60 or 21?
20.
I was about to say.
60, because you have some immortals going on.
I guess.
What is the significance of the headdress you wear?
Ah, yes. And George is just kind of looking at that. I was just gonna not ask, to be honest.
My curiosity is burning.
What a good thing it is to have curiosity. Always better for the young. The significance of our headdress. While we were out and still in our state of panic over not having enough food or supplies, and at the thought of, and he points to you, George, our magnificent mayor not coming back to us.
Okay, I'd appreciate you not building me up so much. I appreciate the effort you're putting in. More than appreciate, really.
Just let him finish the story.
Okay, I'm shutting up.
He does give you a genuine, like, almost shocked look.
Mm.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. We will refrain from referring to you as such. But, back onto topic. Our headdresses, when we were out trying to look for anything that would help these friendly brotherhood, and they guided us to somewhere where we could find at least scrap, and perched high above in the sunshine of everything, we saw these headdresses and knew this was a sign from above.
Mm. Fair enough.
They do look towards the both of you.
Mm.
More in between you, seeming which one is going to talk first. Is there any other queries you might have for us?
Real quick, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta help Max, with the Wii. I'll be right back.
A strange statement. Oh my god. George just kind of ponders for a moment. He's like, for now, I'm pleased at what has happened. I was hoping that you would all assemble some sort of town council, and you did, so good.
They do have bright smiles on their face. Oh, we are so happy that we could please you.
George just kind of, he does a little bow, and then motions the now lifeless body of Caesar to walk him sort of back.
I will say, for the most part, she looks weirded out, but she does facilitate the same small bow that you gave and walks away.
Okay. George, can George, just until Marina gets back, essentially use Nancy as a mech to travel around?
Why not?
Nancy's just T-posing and hovering slightly over the ground, and George is just like,
George has unlocked the powers of Remy.
yeah, exactly.
As you are pushing your way back through the crowd, you do hear the chairman continue his sermon, as it were.
Yes.
So as you're walking away, you do hear, so, as you have heard, we will be having a feast tonight, and it will be... And as you get further and further away, he seems to just, get drowned out by the crowd. You do see a lot of happy faces, give slight bows towards you as you're passing.
George is actively looking for any of the townspeople who are not in this crowd. Hello.
So,
Welcome
have I
back.
missed anything?
We just walked you out. We just marched out of the group.
Your conversation with the chairman ended, and you just took, as George said, he wanted to go away. You took him, like, pushed through the crowd back away.
Gotcha. When we're at a safe enough distance, gonna look to George. George, I'm concerned.
So am I, Nancy. So am I.
George, they're a cult. I'm pretty sure they're a cult.
They are absolutely a cult.
Heads.
And I'm like 75% certain they worship me, and that honestly makes it worse.
To be honest, I don't trust the old guy.
He sounds
Where
possibly
did you guys walk to, by the way?
as far away from that crowd as possible.
Are you walking back
Okay.
towards your cart?
Sure.
Okay. So I will say at this point you are now in front of Lucas, Sarah, Oleg, and everyone else.
I will also say George and Nancy are whispering this.
Yes. But, George. I think that guy's trying to replace you.
If that's all that I thought he was trying to do, I wouldn't care.
I mean, if he does replace you, he'll convert the entire town to the Conehead cult. And George...
George pauses as memories flash before his mind. And just kind of... He just spaces out for a moment, then spaces back in. He's like, haven't thought about that in a while.
George, I have faced genocidal bigots. I have faced robotic women. Look under eye. I have shadow demons who still terrorize me at night. I have faced a tremendously huge eyeball. But this scares me.
I too fear.
Because
Scares me.
what if they turn Vlad?
George starts to open his mouth as if he's going to try and reassure Nancy, and then he closes his mouth and just like,
I trust Timothy's gonna be fine. I think James is a little too oblivious to notice or to care. But
George turns to Lucas. Lucas,
Yeah.
assignment.
What's up, bucket?
I need legs.
Before you continue, you do hear a light grumble from Mom.
What? We're technically in my town, which means I'm the mayor, so if I want to tell him what to do, I can. And then George kind of turns to Lucas. However, you as an independent human being can tell me to go fuck myself.
Okay, so you're telling me I can't say that.
No, I'm telling you, you can.
But you just said as an independent human being.
I see your point.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I know what you mean. I'm being a hard ass.
I need to get legs. This is becoming
I
increasingly
thought you were going to
intense.
say something else, and I was going to be very confused.
Yep, I need to purchase eggs.
No, I thought you were about to say, I need to get laid.
No. Only
Nick
eggs
holds up
can
his finger.
George grabs Lucas by the shoulders. George grabs Lucas by the shoulders. Only eggs can sustain me.
I have
No.
no idea what you're talking about.
Guys,
Anyways, on the topic of my thought process, I'll be back.
Luke? Okay.
guys. Nancy holds out her hand. George, can you get laid?
No.
I didn't think so.
What is wrong with you all? He just looks to the sky and just kind of like holds one of his hands out and is just like, how do they always find me?
Well, you technically kind of adopted me. You chose
Why?
life.
He raises the other hand. Why do I always keep them?
I mean, at this point, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. I am your legs now. Deal with it.
Speaking of which, and he kind of looks in Lucas's direction, but apparently he's already fucked off. So he looks at Vlad. Vlad, assignment.
Vlad looks to you. Yeah.
Someone needs to tell Timothy the gist of what has happened.
Fuck. Give me a second.
That's his response. Fuck.
sit down and plugs my headphones. Tell Timothy, fuck. He falls over. He falls off his shoulders. Now, he looks at Bled and then kind of looks down at Nancy. Okay, so someone needs to take me up to the engineering deck to figure out what I need to do to get legs. And one of you needs to go up and tell Timothy about whatever has happened.
Vlad looks to you confused. Why? What happened?
He looks at Vlad. Vlad, buddy.
There's a bunch of people
Ow.
wearing traffic cones.
Lucas, you fucked off. I don't know where you went, but you went somewhere.
No,
I keep forgetting. I keep fucking off.
and George says this to himself because Lucas wasn't here to say it, but he imagines he would have. It's just like, the people in the traffic cones, honestly, least of our problems right now. I don't have legs. We encountered the nightmares again. And then he pauses. Oh, hey, nightmares has a different terminology now, or a different meaning for us.
Oh god, there's too much.
Stalkers. We've encountered the stalkers again. And he leans in close between Vlad and Nancy. And keep in mind, we have one of their bodies. Kinda need to do something with that.
We should give it to Timothy.
Yeah. So. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Let's all just go. I'll get legs after.
Alright.
Who's gonna help me carry the body?
You're not carrying nothing. I'm carrying you. Vlad, time to get buff like your pop.
Alright. I mean, we can carry it up. Should we keep it wrapped, or...?
Keep it wrapped.
That seems best, yes.
Okay. Sarah looks over to you as you all are having your little group huddle.
Mm.
So, I gather that you're going to be going somewhere. What the hell am I going to do?
George turns to her. Okay. So, what do you want to do?
Well, I had hoped there would be a place to settle down for a while, at least get acquainted with everyone. Not that I want to be acquainted with everyone at this point, but get acquainted nonetheless.
Well, looking around the town, and it has changed a lot, I'm guessing they have some kind of place to sit and rest. There is definitely a bunkhouse over there. That is most certainly what that is. He's just gonna look 3 bunkhouses. So, there's definitely somewhere to sleep. Guards everywhere. So, if you want to set your stuff up somewhere, there's most certainly going to be security. My recommendation, at least for the time being, would be to find a nice cozy corner to set up in. Then go rest. We can work on building you somewhere to actually work out of in the morning.
Alright. Well, we'll go find somewhere. Let's go.
I do apologize for that. We didn't really plan on bringing so many people back when we left.
And they walk off to go find somewhere secluded.
Alright, let's carry this
Hold
abomination
up.
up. Ah! Mom, did you hear what I told Sarah?
He looks over to you. Mm-hmm.
More or less the same thing for now. However, if you're so inclined, there is a medical deck on the Arc Wing.
Well, I guess they could use my expertise.
Additional addendum. They currently, according to what Lucas has told me, have a fascination with ghouls. So, they may attempt to poke and prod you for information. They won't force you to, mind you. But if you go there, expect to be swarmed. The Brotherhood doesn't get to see many of us. We
As Mom starts walking away,
Mm.
you do hear him call over his shoulder, honey, any room I walk into, I get swarmed.
That's fair. Have fun.
I love him.
Come back in at least 2 pieces.
He is the best mother figure. I
Hmm.
love him.
George turns to Oleg. Oleg! I'm not your owner. Do what you want.
He looks at you with a big smile. I come with you!
Fair enough. Yeah, so I guess. And actually, George just kind of look at him. Well, strong man, why'd you carry the corpse? If you're
Okay.
cool with that.
He looks over to the bundle. Very well! And he picks it up with one arm and just hoists it over his shoulder.
Fair enough. Let us move.
Making our way downtown, walking past Coneheads, yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. It's just like the dejectedness of the yeah.
And
Alright, Lucas, the fuck you doing?
John, where the fuck do you think I'm heading?
I would assume to go find Charles.
That's right.
Find the bay.
Well then, where do you think he would be?
I assume he would be in the medical bay.
Okay, well go start at the medical bay. So,
Okay, I'm
as-
heading for the med bay.
So is he going to the med bay with Mama?
I left well before Mom.
Yeah.
This is true.
So, as you're going up to the med bay, you do pass by some people who do recognize you and, give you a slight nod at your return. There is a few people that seem to know of your existence but have never seen you before. So they do, once again, like the usual, stop and stare at this ghoul on the Arcwing. But they do give you a nod.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to take the stairs or the elevator?
I'm taking the stairs, as I always do.
Okay. So you make your way up to the medical bay, and when you go inside, you see the familiar, big, gigantic room full of medical beds, medical supplies, and men in doctors' uniforms running around. In the immediate area, you do not see Charles. You do see a bunch of different doctors, and from what you can gather, surgeons, but you don't see Charles.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try look for a. I'm gonna look for someone who doesn't seem to be terribly busy at the moment, because I'm not trying to interrupt work, if it can be helped.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
There are a group of... everyone doesn't really seem to be doing anything, more or less just regular paperwork and upkeep. There are a few people that were injured. You don't know how they got injured, but some of them have light cuts, bruises, and scrapes.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you don't know what gave them these cuts or scrapes, but the majority of people don't really seem to be doing much. There is a lot of idle chatter.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll kind of head over and call someone out and just kind of ask them if they've seen Charles around.
Okay. As you call out to one of the doctors that seems to be on his own with a clipboard going over paperwork, he looks over to you. Ah, you're Lucas, aren't you?
I am.
Yes, Charles said that if he wasn't going to be here, he gave everyone the same message, but He told you that he has gone on a little trip for a while.
Okay. Do we have an idea of where he went?
Don't know. He just said the Elder gave him an important mission to go on. To try and find some more medical supplies, I believe.
Okay.
So he took a team with him and he should be back. Well, he left about 4 days ago, so he should be back in about a week.
Alright. Now is this James who gave him the mission?
I believe he is the Elder.
Oh boy. Well, well, yeah. I guess he got a point. Alright. Oh, if it's a bit of information, during our journey, we brought back another medic who might be able to help out with things, either in the town or up here as needed. They're fair warning. They're interesting. He's
As you say
interesting.
that, the doors open behind you, and behind you, you hear, "Well, hello, everyone. I have arrived."
There he is. And with that, I'm heading up to the elders.
And with that, goodbye.
As you are walking by Mom, a lot of people, even those that were busy, stop, turn to look at Mom in full medical gear, carrying 2 bags, presumably full of medical supplies.
Mm.
And some of them seem shocked, some of them seem concerned, and some of them seem confused. And Mom, as you're leaving, you hear Mom address the room. "Alright, so I'm gonna be working here for a while, and I'm going to take care of each and every one of you."
Oh my god.
Thomas, come. There is no running now.
And as the doors close behind you,
You
you
just
yourself almost feel the general air of the room drop about 5 degrees.
Do I get the feeling that's from the what is inevitably going to be occurring, or from the emotions in the room?
From the emotions in the room.
Okay.
Mm. What have we done?
Okay, so you're going up to the Elder's office as well?
Yeah, I'm heading to the elder's office.
Okay. And as you are taking the stairs up, you, as well as the rest of the party, seem to get to the top floor about almost at the exact same time.
Mm.
You see Oleg carrying the bundle of a corpse on his shoulder. You see Vlad, George, and Nancy as well.
Yes.
All just standing outside of the Elder's office.
Mm.
Alright.
Hey.
Alright, well,
then.
might as well rip off the band-aid now. Nancy, the door.
Kind of hard. Do you want my back?
Nancy pushes the door.
You know
George
what?
possesses
You know what?
Nancy.
Wait. Nancy, mid-sentence, goes, fuck it, and just uses her hip.
Okay.
As the door opens, you see Timothy standing by the window looking down over the entire area of the town, just shaking his head. And James is sitting at his desk, feet up on the desk, and just rocking back and forth.
You said this is James or Timothy? This is Timothy?
Is at the window, James is lounging at his desk.
Okay.
They do both turn to look at you as you enter the room.
Nancy
What time of the day is it? Is it like afternoon, evening?
Right now, it's about 3 o'clock.
It's about 3 o'clock. Afternoon, gents.
Nancy salutes them as little as she can. We lived, bitches.
James gives a smile and a salute back, and Timothy gives you a half smile nod.
Mm.
Well, it's good to see that you all have returned.
I hope you weren't gonna preface that with in one piece.
Well, I was originally going to say in one piece, but I noticed your current situation and felt I should refrain from that joke.
Mm. I appreciate it. I'd walk over and shake your hand, but
He'd probably crush your hand, George.
really depends on which hand I use.
Yeah, if you use your normal hand, it's going to be turned to dust. If you use your power armor arm, you're going to need repairs.
I see.
Regardless. Question for, I assume, James, but honestly, at this point, I don't entirely know.
James looks over at you. What is it?
Charles, the medic. Did you send him on a mission?
Oh, that one. Yes, I sent him on a mission. At that, Timothy looks over to him. You did what? And James looks up at Timothy. Yeah,
no.
you see, we were running out of medical supplies, and I thought I would just send him on a little med run. James pinches the bridge of his nose, and you hear, slightly under his breath, one day. I want one day. Where did you send him? James looks over to Lucas. Well, I didn't really send him nowhere. I just said go get some medical supplies. And I gave him a team and a vertebrate.
Okay.
Okay. He just said, go. Oh, for fuck's sake. I think I know where the fuck they went.
He looks over to you. Well,
If they are where I think they are, there's a city a couple days walk from here that we passed by, but our carts were kind of full, so we had no reason to really go there. On top of the fact, George here is only half a man at the moment.
And you assume that Charles has gone through this city.
Possibly. I mean, I assume your captains up out on the flight deck keep track of where the birds go, don't they?
He gives a dejected sigh. Well, usually we give them instructions on where to go. When, and he looks towards James, we tell them to just go. There's not much of a record to be kept until they return.
Well, in that case, I think I'm gonna head down to the flight deck and try and figure out which bird he went with, to maybe radio in and have an idea of where they are, if that's possible.
Very well. I'll let them know that you're coming down.
Thank you.
And you're doing?
Yeah. Oh, I guess I should bring up the fact that this man is down in Shackleton at the moment. James.
What do you know of the Coneheads?
No. Hold on, George.
Timothy looks like he's about to say something, and then James looks over to you. What is it?
There's a man down in Shackleton who claims he can take you. And I turn and walk away.
You mean Oleg?
Yes.
Oleg is with
He's
us!
right next to you.
Oh, I thought he was... Never mind. Omit that statement. I thought he was I thought he was down in the settlement. My
No,
apologies.
no, he's the
Never
one that
mind.
carried the corpse.
Okay. So in that case, I omit that statement, but instead say, as I point over to Oleg, this one says he can take you.
James looks at Oleg, looks him up and down. Not a chance. And you
Sure.
hear from Oleg,
It begins.
"What, you think I can't take you?"
George looks around the room. Before this entire room disintegrates, can we
Might I
please...
recommend using the field about 2 miles east?
That's still too close.
Fine. 5 miles east.
Timothy seems to have noticed what Oleg is carrying.
Mm.
And what have you brought us? A kind gift, I hope.
Well, not sure I would call it a kind gift, but it's certainly something that we've been needing.
R&D can get a look at it.
Take a wild guess what specific corpse we would bother dragging all this way here. On the
Well.
off chance we could get one.
Well, I would hope that it would be one of those mechanical monstrosities.
George finger guns at Timothy. Ta-da!
Well, before I let my shock overtake me, how exactly did you take one of these creatures down?
Well,
a lot
there
of
was
help.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of help, and Oleg crushed it to death.
Timothy looks over to Oleg. Well, I am, as a matter of fact, looking forward to this match with my father myself.
I'll say this.
I want to be present.
Intel that I received informed me that this is the standard way to kill them. Well, standard, as in only one other one of them has been recorded to be killed.
And it was
And
by
it-
crushing with a
So,
boulder.
shooting them,
Quarry.
shooting them won't work. Lasers, bullets, or not even convinced explosives will work. EMPs, as we already have discussed, don't stun them, but does disable their cloaking, and it does seem to ruffle their feathers a fair bit. But crushing seems to kill them if enough of it is done.
Also, stuffing an EMP inside their stomach helps.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
that's
was that was more so done, I believe, just to be a countermeasure if it wakes up again, to give us a moment.
Well,
I
I
did
believe
that
it
when it was
done.
attacking me.
Oh yeah,
It didn't do much.
it did confuse it.
Not for very long.
Yeah.
Timothy holds up one of his hands, seemingly a little overwhelmed with what you're telling him.
Mm.
Now, forgive me for interrupting, but how exactly did you get close enough to one of these monstrosities?
Well, some mutual friends of ours were being attacked by a group of them, and he pauses. A group. We managed to fight them off and successfully kill this one and badly injure. Was it one or two that we badly injured?
I think 2.
Two. We badly injured 2, but they managed to get away before we could finish the job.
Now, you mean to tell me that the full might of the Brotherhood of Steel could not damage these things, and yet a few friends of yours were able to?
In all fairness, our strategy was never gonna work. As I said, bullets and lasers don't do anything. Now, a group of men in power armor punching one into oblivion just might. However, That power armor would need to be pretty sturdy to withstand their blades.
And you hear from Vlad. Yeah, they got real close to me as he's rubbing his stomach.
Oh yeah, ran him through. Your boy took it like a champ.
At
Got
that,
both. Mm.
you feel differently than when, Lucas, you were leaving the room with Mom. The entire room just gets colder. As it doesn't show on his face,
Mm.
but Timothy's anger is almost palpable. Now, would you like to say that again, please?
Would you actually like me to say it again, sir?
The monster got Vlad and Nancy in the chest before we took it down.
Hit her like a bitch.
Timothy looks over to Vlad and walks up to him and, without him even saying anything, lifts up his shirt to see if there's any wound or anything.
Mm.
Uh,
Guessing there is.
there is a scar, and Nancy, on you as well, even if you made a passing glance down your shirt. In your upper abdomen, there is a fairly large scar.
Mm.
I'm sure I would remember this scar as
Yeah.
boobage gets in the way.
And
These things.
like seemingly ignoring everything you're saying, Timothy just looks up at Vlad. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. And he gives a small nod to himself.
He was a champ.
And seemingly remembering you're all in the room,
Mm.
please do give me more details.
As I was saying, we had a group of mutual friends, and he pauses. I'll elaborate further later, but for clarity, friends of our white-haired lady. And when I say friends, I actually mean friends.
You made friends with one of these powered individuals.
A couple of them. All
3 of them.
kids. They were running away, and these things seemed to track them.
So they are not on the same side.
Mm-mm.
No,
Doesn't
they
look
very
like
much
it.
aren't. Those kids are terrified of these things. We don't know where the kids are currently, but we do know they're following us. That was the arrangement we made. So, presumably, they're somewhere near the town. Probably waiting for us to signal it's safe to come.
And you're all right with them being this close to the town.
Anything, they'll make us safer.
The way I see it, we already have one of these things' bodies here. If we're fucked, we're fucked.
Yes, well, it does seem that we are, as you so eloquently put it, fucked.
Best thing I think we can do right now is study it and see what we can learn.
How can you contact these individuals?
I'm not super fond of it, but we
I've
do
got a really
have.
eloquent way of saying it.
We shoot a bird.
Cap budgie.
Each. One of them is a.
He looks a little taken aback. You shoot a bird.
Long story.
Long story short, one of them has been keeping an eye on us from a distance while we've been traveling. The one that's been doing so can interact with, control, and emulate senses through various creatures in the world. One of them being birds. sometimes bears. Plant life.
Don't think we've seen her manipulate plants.
Yeah, she did.
Yes, she did.
Oh, okay,
When
I
she
guess I'm
got
forgetting.
annoyed inside the dome, she slammed her hands on the ground and vines came out from the ground.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. I remember this.
She's a little
the-
girl, but she's honestly as dangerous as Ice Queen.
They're all dangerous. And so are we. That's the point. Whatever the case, much to my chagrin, she told us the most effective way to let them know that we want them to come over is to shoot one of the birds she's controlling. She'll know, but she won't feel it.
Well, I will leave it up to you if you want to contact these individuals currently, or if you want to do that at a later date.
You know what? Before the feast tonight, I think those kids deserve a meal.
There's going to be a feast tonight. I was not aware we had that much food.
Well, that's one of the things we brought back.
Yeah, we quite a
But
lot, actually.
yes. However, with our cart not exactly being refrigerated, and with our general goal to not spook a prospective merchant for the town, we felt it better to try and keep Ice Queen and the rest of them as far away as we can. So
Very well. And this feast tonight. Well, if there is nothing further, I would very much like to get this other creature down to our engineering deck and have those boys have a field day with this thing.
I needed to head there anyway, and he looks down. I feel obvious reasons.
Yes, well, I do apologize that he has a big smile, but it seems that you will be missing the show.
Oh, I'll find a way. And then he kind of pauses. Well, I guess I won't. Oh well. I'm sure I'll get to watch James punch things into oblivion another day.
Oleg looks over to you. You think this little man can beat me?
George looks at Oleg and without blinking or changing expression, just says, "That man murdered a Deathclaw with his own two bare hands and wore it like a suit of footy pajamas."
I could do the same.
But would you, is the question.
Well, it sounds a bit odd, but I would try.
George just laughs. Let's head to the engineering bay, shall we?
Oleg,
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Oleg puts down the corpse and points to James. You, me, let us go.
Oh dear God.
And James gives his natural response. So you're going down to engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Lucas, where are you going?
oh, I want to see the show.
Okay. Timothy and Vlad are going as well.
I will say, as Nancy is leaving, she turns to George. When are we gonna get a muscle man or muscle woman?
Nancy, if I ever see another person as horrifyingly buff as them, I will finally decide that humanity is too dangerous to be allowed to live.
You haven't already?
I've come close.
Fair.
All right. So, George and Nancy, you're taking the elevator down or the stairs?
We're taking the elevator because he's heavy.
All right. So, how are you taking the body with you?
We're taking the
Oleg is
body.
not carrying it.
Mm.
Him and James are going outside.
Nance, I don't know.
Nance puts you down if you're gonna
Mm.
refer to her as Nance. And he picks up the body. You
Okay,
crawl now.
fair enough.
Okay. As the elevator doors close, you do see Oleg, James, Timothy, Lucas, and Vlad all taking the stairs, walking downstairs. Uh, Lucas giggling like a schoolgirl all the way down.
This is gonna be good.
Timothy looking mildly amused, and
Mm.
Vlad just sticking close beside. Oleg looking as confident as ever, and James looking as laid back as ever. All right. So the doors close, and you make your way down to the engineering deck. And as the doors open, you are greeted with a fairly buzzing with activity engineering deck.
Mm.
There is a big crate of those experimental EMP grenades, and there is another crate of regular EMP grenades. Um, there are multiple big crates of different ammunition types. It seems like 9mm ammo, pipe pistol ammo, some laser cartridges. As it seems like the engineers are all actively trying to just make better and better weapons.
Mm.
Currently, there is a buzz around a test fire that is going to be happening as a lot of the engineers are giddy with excitement. A lot
Mm.
of them are forming a crowd, and you see a test dummy over in the open-ish area where they seem to have designated that for their test fires. Uh, and the head engineer that you can gather is the one holding this gun. Uh, it is George.
Mm.
Make an intelligence check.
Okay. Un momento, pure figure. That is a natural 20.
Okay. Nancy, you have no idea what this gun is, but
Mm-hmm.
to you, he is holding a fairly long, it almost looks like a sniper rifle. Uh, and it's almost entirely made out of metal. There is one big metal ball in the center of two almost clamps that extend out, which you assume is the barrel of it. The sides are open. It just looks like, I guess, a like alligator or crocodile mouth. So there are
Mm.
just two lips going out, and at the very end of it, curved downwards, there is a small opening at the end, and a small ball closer to the user that is just giving off electricity. And the lining of these little extensions of this weapon are just filled with this blue light coming out of it, both the top and bottom. Um, and he is holding it up by the bottom, and there is a rubber grip at the bottom, and he holds it up, and before he pulls the trigger, George,
Mm.
you recognize this as a railgun.
Ah.
As he pulls the trigger, in a split second, the electricity discharges, the blue lights glow even brighter,
Mm.
and almost to where your mechanical eyes can't keep up, the light the light extinguishes from all of the blue lights, going from the user towards the end of the weapon, and an electric arc blasts its way out. And in a fraction of a second from when the head engineer pulled the trigger to something
Mm.
to a loud explosion,
Mm.
the test dummy is reduced to nothing but ash.
Good. George looks at that and he just kind of comments, "Neat."
And as this presumably test fire is successful, you hear
Mm.
a lot of cheers. You hear a lot of people going, "Yes, it worked!" And there's a lot of "Great job, good job."
Mm.
Everyone just seems elated at this point.
All right.
That was a pretty gun thing.
Yeah.
Kind of scary.
I've only seen one of those babies be fired once. It was horrifying.
Mm.
Particularly because it was being fired at me.
Oh. Why?
He looks at Nancy. Do you even have to answer? I even have to answer that question?
Yes. Mostly because I want a good story.
You see, sometimes, a long time ago, George would encounter Brotherhood soldiers. They
Mhm.
didn't much like George and
Mm.
his colorful eyes and his chrome skin.
Colorful. Okay.
Do most people have eyes this hue?
No. No.
Do most people's eyes produce light?
No. No.
Then my point stands.
Hmm.
Point is, that motherfucker hit like a train. A train that disintegrates you.
You know, it's funny. Sometimes I forget how we first met the Brotherhood
Mm-hmm.
because they're not exactly like that extreme anymore.
Well, it strongly depends on which group you talk to.
Mm. This one is good, right?
Hmm. They are.
So, what would you like to do?
George is gonna hang around the old man's work table and wait to see if he comes over at any point.
Okay. The older man seems to be part of the crowd that has gathered around. And at this point, um, from what you can hear, because they're not exactly trying to hide anything,
Mm.
they're all talking. A few of them are speculating how they could increase the output of energy. Some of them are speculating how they could make it fire faster. There's a lot of speculation on how they can improve this railgun.
Mm.
So their primary focus is the railgun right now.
That's fine.
So you're just gonna hang around for a while.
Yeah, he has nothing better to do.
Besides watch the best MMA fight in the world.
You bet your ass.
After, honestly, about an hour, the older man starts making his way back over to his little work table, and he does notice you there.
Without legs.
He walks over to you. Well, what happened to you?
You know, a guard in the front asked me the same question. I'll give you the same answer. Do you want the truth or a believable lie?
You know what? Give me the lie.
Countered a death claw with one really big finger instead of a hand, and a claw so sharp it was able to just cleave me straight in two.
All right. How'd you defeat this death claw?
I climbed up it, now missing my legs, and punched it to death with the arm you built me.
Well, considering it's one of the ones I built you, I don't doubt it. So, I assume you need legs.
Legs would be helpful, yes. I would have brought the old ones, but, well, they kind of crumbled into a pile of useless scrap metal.
And what could have done that to you?
Possibly someone unscrewing and unconnecting every single piece of it in my sleep.
Of which I'm still carrying all of it.
I was gonna say, technically, you still have them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got the big
No.
components to it.
My dear friend Lucas is carrying around the bits of random metal and wiring as we speak. But, they're no good to me in this state.
Well, I would say bring that to me, but I assume you're gonna want new legs.
I feel now would be a good time to aim for an upgrade.
Well, I got a few options for you. Since the last time you came up to me, I might have started tinkering around with a few things in this old noggin up here.
I'm intrigued.
Well, let's start off with the basics. Do you want just 2 legs, or do you want more?
I feel as though 2 legs is more than enough. However, if you have a concept, my ears are metaphorically open.
Well, I was sitting down and I was thinking about other options. And I came across a spider that was just lazy enough.
Okay.
I was wondering, could I
don't
build
like
the legs of a spider? Theoretically, I could.
Can you give me pros and cons?
Pros would be
Shakes her head at this.
Pros would be you have the ability to walk on almost every surface and have a fairly decent grip on everything.
Okay.
Cons would be you're really gonna draw more attention to yourself. You might put a few people off.
Now, just a question, hypothetical. Is it possible for him to do climbing on walls with just regular legs, or do they have to look like spider legs to do the climbing thing?
Well, you could do it with 2 legs. However, with having 6 to 8 legs, you would have a lot more grip and a lot more stability. Two
Could
legs. If one of them goes off or you trip with one of them, you're probably going down. With 6 to 8, if one of them goes, you still got another, 5 to 7.
couldn't you just add grips to his hands?
Mm.
Well, then we would need to take his hands as well.
I mean,
Mm.
you could,
You would
right?
basically forego the use of any guns or anything. You would mainly just stick to gripping and blunt weapons.
Now,
Mm.
now, couldn't you have a on and off button for that?
Not really.
He
Couldn't
looks
it
you
just
up and
be
down.
an on-command thing?
Now, Missy,
Listen, I don't know much about these things. I'm just trying to help.
well, I wouldn't mind if you could help just a little bit quieter.
Nancy pouts. I see, good sir.
I think we'll stick with 2 legs, and I don't really think I need to walk on walls. However, it's an interesting concept, I'll give you that.
Very well, we'll shelf that for now. So, what I could do for you with 2 legs. That all depends on what you want at this current moment.
Mm.
Do you want to be able to move faster at the same speed, or do you want to be able to basically be immovable?
Hmm. I would say a bit more speed wouldn't hurt.
Alright, we're gonna have to forego the size of your legs, so they're going to be a bit easier to break, but you're gonna be a lot faster.
Fair enough.
Now, since we're going with smaller legs, there's not too much we can do for that. But do you want them to be as reinforced as I can make them? Or, as I said before, do you want to forego any protection for speed?
If we can find a happy middle ground, I'd prefer that.
The happiest middle ground I could find you would be shrink your legs size a little bit. You're not gonna stand as tall as you used to, but you're going to be higher than that. You're gonna have a longer stride. Legs aren't, as I said, gonna be as durable as before. You ain't gonna be dropping down from tall buildings. But
Mm.
you're gonna be able to withstand a bullet or two. Now, if let's say some big mean mother humper comes up with a sledgehammer,
Mm.
you might want to dodge that.
That's fine.
So, we're gonna go with taller, leaner, and a little faster. And if you want, I could put wheels on the bottom of them.
That could be interesting.
Well, I'll give you the option. Plane, wheels, or rockets.
Rockets. Rockets.
Alright. Now, since we're gonna go for rockets, I will warn you.
Mm.
If you take too many shots to the leg or that big mean mother humper comes at you with a sledgehammer, if they hit your legs too hard, you might explode.
A worthy risk.
I like your attitude. So, your whole legs are gonna be basically combustible rockets.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna be able to fly for long distances, but For example, you'd be able to get from, at the very least, the bottom of the arc wing to the flight deck.
Alright, I can work with that.
Now, let me be frank. That would expunge the most of your fuel. And at the very least, you'd be able to do that twice. Any more than that, and you're going to cut out the fuel. You try to do any more than that, you're going to make a jump and lose fuel halfway through it and plummet. If you push it too hard under duress, you're going to make the jump and explode in midair.
Good.
Now, as I said, I'm going to be frank. These legs that you're wanting, they're going to be tall, they're going to be lean, they're going to have rockets. They take too much of a hit, they're going to explode. And he leans in a little closer to you. Do you want to take that risk?
He looks at Nancy. He kind of lowers his head. He's like, you know what? Just do wheels.
Wheels?
All right. Now, let me tell you the pros and cons of the wheels.
I'm assuming they're gonna be like Heelys, where essentially
You're
you
basically
can-
going to be wearing like rollerblades.
So can he not just walk normally?
So, he looks at you with the wheels.
Mm-hmm.
You are, unless you get a little bit of practice, you're never again going to be able to just stand still. And God forbid you reach a hill, you ain't getting down that cleanly. But you're going to be able to, let's say there were a few enemies down said hill. You do things right, you can get to them faster than they can do anything. If you do take the wheels on the bottom of your feet, we might have to bulk up your legs a little bit. Because at those speeds going downhill, well, you take too bad of a tumble and those legs are snapping like twigs.
Man, every scenario here ends in these legs breaking.
Well, presumably, people don't get the option of getting second legs. And he looks down at your empty torso.
Mm-hmm.
So, forgive me for suggesting that this, and he waves his hand to your lower half, might happen again.
That is fair.
I will tell you that an uphill battle with those wheels, that's gonna be hell for you, boy.
Okay, fine. Just legs. Just legs, nothing else. No more, no less.
Alright. Regular legs. Thin. Fairly well built.
Yep.
Now, you're gonna be faster, but again, you take too bad of a hit to the legs and they're snapping.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're gonna be faster, but watch yourself. Now, is that what you really want?
I'm making this choice. To forgo fun for safety.
Well, if you want to be a risk taker,
Oh.
I personally would recommend the rockets.
For now, no rockets.
Very well. And he gives you a slight wink. We'll shelve that for now.
I appreciate it.
Alright, now let's consider. And he sits down and leans back in his chair and tilts his head up. So let's see. The cost of labor, the cost of metal, making brand new casts, getting a bunch of armor together. I assume, and he tilts his head towards you, I assume you want this about as armored, a little less, honestly. Then your arm.
Mm. Speaking of the arm, I was also meaning to at some point get the other arm done to the same capacity.
Would you like me to get that done for you now?
I wouldn't mind parting with it now and getting it all done in one go.
Very well.
I have one perfectly functional arm. I can live without one for a bit.
The arm I've already got a basic mold of. I got practically everything done. I just gotta reverse it. The legs, that's gonna be a bit of a cost. As I said, labor as well as time. Well, because you're hopefully gonna be a returning customer,
Mm.
I can give you a discount for the 3 parts that you want. I can get all this done for you for 3,000 caps.
Sounds fair to me.
Now, I'm sure you understand why, but I'm gonna need that 3,000 in advance.
He's already getting it out.
Alright. How many caps do you have? Like 10,000?
He had 5,000. I think he gave a lot to somebody, and I don't think it's been reshuffled back to him.
I have in Nancy's inventory George's dirty money, 5,000 caps. Don't ask me why I was titled George's dirty money.
Where is this?
It's in my inventory.
No, I'm looking. I'm scrolling down. I see Lucas is still beating her. That's Charles.
Where?
In
Charles.
Charles?
I like how it's in Charles. This is like not in Charles's inventory. No, it's in Charles. Where is George's dirty? I see George's dirty money. Oh yeah, because that's specifically the money that he won from beating Oleg.
Mm.
By beating, I mean actually managing to wear Oleg out.
Also, I'm not sure why, but I have 2 different caps things. One is the straight up caps, which is 2,883, and then I have another one that's 2,912.
Judging by the amount of money we acquired, I would condense those
Okay.
since they're separate numbers and we did acquire a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
So I
I'm gonna
think
map
that's
that real quick.
Yep, I'm pretty sure you have all that money. For now, I guess George is fine without his dirty money, but if you want to return that to him at some point,
Throws dirty money at you. Happy birthday!
happy birth.
Happy birthday!
Okay, so I'm adding another 5,000 to George's inventory then.
And you're taking away the 3,000?
Yep, I already did.
Okay. As you hand him, presumably, all the money in, you want to do it in a sack or just hand him the money?
Let's say he does it in some kind of sack.
Okay. As you hand him the sack, he does open it up and, not meticulously, but at the very least, do a quick scan of the money.
Mm.
Alright. Now, this is not going to be a short process. This might take me upwards of 2, maybe 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's about what I expected.
If you can deal with that, with just one arm for the time being, then by all means. If you can't deal with this, I'll give you this money back.
Fair enough.
Give him a temporary set of legs for now. I'm sure that would be an additional charge, but at least it would help him get around for now until he gets the legs. They don't have to be anything special, just
Nancy, roll persuasion. For
Ah.
you, it would just be adding charisma.
That's 16 plus, what is my charisma? It's 2, so that's 18.
Alright. He looks you over and gives a slight nod to you. Alright. We can give him some temporary legs for now. That'll be an additional cost of 500 caps because we gotta get that done. I assume ASAP.
Honestly, if you could just somehow connect me to like a set of power armor legs, or just toss me in a power armor frame, I'd be happy with either.
Well, if we toss you in a power armor frame, you're not going to be able to move the legs.
Good point.
We have test legs that we can... I'm not going to lie to you. We might have gotten these legs off of a synth that we've killed.
To be honest, I'm not gonna judge. And George does hand over 500 caps.
Okay.
Honestly, I've killed quite a few of my... And he kind of pauses. God, it's... Even after all these years, it's still weird to think of them as kin. But most Gen 2s are effectively brain dead. I'm one of the rare exceptions.
Well, glad we can come to an understanding. And he stands up and gives a very loud whistle, getting the attention of quite a few number of the engineers. And now, boys, this young man right here has paid me generously. We ought to fit him with some of those synth legs that we got lying around. Let's not give him the scrappy ones that'll break in about a day or two. Let's give him the ones that'll at least last him a week.
And now that all of their attentions have been gotten... Oh, and by the way, we brought something else you all might be interested in. And he gestures toward the corpse.
It is still wrapped in a bundle.
Nancy wraps it as he mentions this.
Okay. A few of the engineers, the majority of these engineers, almost instantly recognize this as one of the creatures that had attacked previously over by the ocean. And some of their eyes light up with intrigue, some of their eyes just seem horrified, some of them quizzical, but not doing anything. And they all look... They're all just staring at it. No one's making a move towards it.
Nancy kicks it. It's fine.
Look, we just brought it here because one way or another, examining it is the only way we're going to be able to figure out how to kill them. However, I completely understand your trepidation. Take your time. Get to it when you feel comfortable getting to it. We've been carrying this thing around for 2 weeks, so I'm pretty sure it's fine.
You hear from just one of the general face of engineers. Did Timothy approve this?
Yes, he did. We brought it to him first.
You do hear a murmuring among the crowd, and then a fairly sizable group seem to break apart from the group that has been gathered for the railgun and essentially swarm the body. They pick it up, put it on a cart, and just wheel it away. And they just... Now that they know that Timothy has given the okay, there is a lot of chatter, and a lot of them seem real happy. Even the ones over at the railgun, they seem almost envious that they're not working on that.
Before they all disappear, George makes sure to hand one of them the trigger for the EMP still inside of this thing. In case we're... Do you have that?
Gonna stop him before he does that.
Mm.
I kind of promised somebody who gave me this that I'd return it to her when we got back. I think we should at least let her know where it's going if we do give it to them. Or at least it's okay.
George kind of looks at the body. That's fair. And there's a device inside the hole in its chest. If somebody could toss that over to us.
One of them looks inside of its chest and kind of offhandedly just tosses it back to you.
Yep. He hands it to Nancy. There you go.
Alrighty, I'll be quick. And, do I see my girl anywhere?
She is currently not in the engineering
What's her name again?
Huh?
What was the girl's name?
Oh boy. Let me
I think
flip through some
it
pages.
started with a J. I think.
You have been away from the Arkwing for a while.
Yes. Last time I spoke with her, it was in the summer out of game.
Oh wow, you really have been away from the Arkwing for a while.
Hmm. I can hear all the pages flipping.
Mm.
Quite a lot of pages.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I went too far.
Oh no.
This is where you got the tinkers.
This is where we want. Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about now. Took me a moment to remember.
Do you remember her name?
No, I don't. But I remember who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Was it Julia?
Her name was Julie.
Ah, close. Alrighty. I'm gonna turn to the kind of head engineer that was speaking with George. Is Julie around?
He looks over at you from his work on the railgun. Oh, Julia? Yeah, I think she just went on break for a while. We've been working kind of non-stop on this thing. So,
Where would she have gone for break?
that depends. Some of us take our breaks, just go right to bed, take a little cat nap for a while. Others, we just get some food, get some power walking in, and come right back.
Alrighty. She turns to George. Will you be alright if I go try to hunt Julie down?
I'll be fine.
Nancy,
Alright.
go and try and give her the beepus.
Mm.
I said Nancy's gonna try and give her the beepus.
What is the Beepus? Am I forgetting something?
Don't worry about it.
What is the Beepus? I'm worried.
Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying. Alrighty. With that, she just kind of nods. Alright, gentlemen. Good luck with,
Ah, damn it, no, that's a different name. Her name was Janice.
fuck.
I
Alright.
almost said Janet, but I was like, that's not the name.
Close, it was Janice. Because I have it written down here. Engineer Janice, test EMPs.
Nice. Alrighty. So I'm gonna go off to find Janice. Good luck, gentlemen. And I think I'm gonna head to the sleepy room first.
Okay.
Mm.
George, I will say, some men put you on a cart, wheel you away,
Mm.
as they start.
Remember me. He looks at Nancy as they wheel away. Remember me as I lived, angry and mean.
Once.
Oh, God.
They do begin to remove your left arm
Mm.
and begin to attach test legs, and seemingly the older gentleman talks to them, and they're giving you a test arm as well.
Mm.
So, Nancy,
Mm?
save the best for last. You're going to the beds right now.
Yeah.
Okay. As the doors open to the barracks, you do see a good number of people sleeping. Some of them engineers, some of them, actually, some of them are the pilots that were up above. General staff seem to be swapping places. Some of the guards are coming in, going to bed, just to get fueled back up for tomorrow. And it really seems that these beds have been seeing some use,
Mm.
as previously the beds didn't really seem too well unkept. They were all pretty pristine, good sheets, good pillows, uh, no overuse. Now, a lot of the beds, specifically closer to the door, are almost completely sunken in. The beds aren't made, and the pillows are just lightly fluffed.
Mm.
So it seems like the constant changing of shifts and needing for sleep and rest is really taking a toll on the beds.
Mm. Uh,
Make a perception roll to try and find her.
17?
17. Okay. As you look around the area, you do see the body of Janice as she's laying in bed. It looks like she's asleep, but she is still keeping one arm up on her head, like, just keeping her head elevated a little bit as she's resting lazily.
Alrighty. I'm gently make my way over and just kind of call, Janice?
Uh,
Sorry to bother you.
she opens one of her eyes, and upon seeing you, she gives a small smile. Hey, I knew you'd be back.
I'm glad you had faith in me. Um, I brought most of your goodies back, and they worked wonderfully. In fact, they actually kind of saved my life. Um, do you recall the things that were here? The the things that killed the dogs?
She has a almost pained expression. Yeah, Elliot is still kind of broken up about that, but
I imagine he is.
I do remember them, and well, I assume they did help.
They did. Um, there's actually one downstairs, if you want to see.
She looks
Uh,
a little more serious. Is it alive or dead?
it's dead. Pretty sure it's dead. We've been carrying it around for a while.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Well, first, and she puts her hand on your shoulder as she sits up. First, you got to tell me everything that happened. I want to know exactly how these things worked.
Alrighty. Um, for the sake of time, and I know you want to get to, you know, the fun bit with the wrestling later, um, I'll just say that Nancy told her in as much detail as possible everything that went down, and how crazy the battle was, and um, Though she sustained an injury, she at least is alive, and so is Vlad, and now we have the body of the thing to examine.
Okay. I will say, throughout your retelling of the story, uh, her emotions pretty much just go haywire. Uh, Whenever you're telling a happy portion of the story, she's happy. When you were talking about how you got run through, she was almost on the verge of tears. When you were explaining how the EMP worked on the creature as well as George, she was just bubbling over with excitement. Overall, she seems like just a very happy person. And at the end of it, even though you do notice after talking to her for a long time, she has bags under her eyes, she gets up. Well, I can't exactly sleep right now, and one of those things is in our engineering deck, so I need to be a piece of that.
I mean, that's fair.
That sounds like a great idea. But I will say, because I kind of owe you my life, if you ever need a free lunch, I got you.
She looks almost happily on the verge of tears as she takes your hand. Well, as a sign of our new friendship, you keep those test EMPs, and whenever I make bigger and better ones, I'll give you the new and improved versions. I'll try to make it not shut down your leg and your friend. Promises.
I appreciate it, and I'll be sure to give you exact details of how they work.
That's all
Oh.
I could ask.
So, how have things been around here, if I dare ask? Seems like everybody's been very busy.
Uh, she does give you a very tired smile. Yeah, we've kind of been on constant rotation. Everyone has a job to do, and everyone knows that they need to do it well. The guards, really, they are doing all the work right now. Just night and day, always out, always watching, making sure everyone's safe. You know, us engineers, we do have a lot of work to do. The Elder and his hand really gave us a lot of weapons to make and a bunch of ideas to try out. Really, we're having a blast, but it is a lot. I know the medics, they've had a few people they had to take care of from that settlement down there. A lot of building accidents, let me tell you. And overall, it's been tough, but we're managing. And you know, I've made a few friends down there in the settlement. That whole and she looks a little I would I wouldn't say angry, but more disgusted. That whole cult business that's going on down there, oof, I can't deal with any of that right now.
Yeah, I'm my friend George, the mayor. Hopefully he'll fix that. And I think he told me I'm second in command, apparently. So I guess it's also my job to fix that. Wish me luck.
Oh yeah, he did just kind of declare you as vice mayor, didn't he?
Yep.
Mm,
It's like, ugh.
Well,
so that is also my responsibility. I guess I have to figure out how we're gonna go about that. They don't seem to be doing anything bad yet, but they're not exactly comforting.
well, if you can do what you have to get rid of them, we would be grateful. We don't really like having to be stationed next to a cult. I know a lot of the settlers down there are happy about it, and they probably would be pretty upset if that cult were to vanish, but, you know, and she leans in a little bit to you. I'm pretty sure being friends with us is a lot better than being friends with them.
You know, probably right.
Exactly. So, let me go get to work. You, you do you,
Mhm.
and I'll see you around. All right?
I'll see you around, Janice. Let me know whenever you need that free lunch. I got some cash from my pilgrimage. And she kind of looks off into the distance at this new acquired word in her dictionary. And I'm gonna say, and of course we don't have to role play this right now, but I will say that she decides she's gonna go into town.
Okay.
Hmm.
We will do that later, definitely. Lucas.
Mike was muted. Hello.
Hello.
So,
Mm-hmm.
uh, for the sake of, again, time, I was going to have so much fun with this, but Oleg and James have been absolutely trash talking each other the entire walk down.
Good. I
Wonderful.
expected no less and no different.
Uh, Timothy seems to really be enjoying this. Vlad
Mm-hmm.
more or less just seems to be happy with the concept of spending time with Timothy.
Mm-hmm.
And really, any passing by paladin, scribe, soldier, footman, messenger, anything, as
Mm-hmm.
soon as they get word that the elder and this brand new beefy boy are going to be duking it out,
I love
they
that.
absolutely want a piece of this. And the soldiers on the gate, it seems someone has tipped them off as like even without James or Timothy signaling anything, the gates open and close as they're walking by.
Mm-hmm.
James still trash talking Oleg, Oleg still trash talking James. Uh, they are slowly but surely becoming more and more heated with each other,
Okay.
to the point where they both no longer want this to be just a friendly bout, more of,
Okay.
I want to beat the shit out of this guy.
Good. I've brought this upon us, and I have no qualms with it.
And as as this big group now, a lot of people really want to see what's going to happen. James starts directing people to essentially form a very large ring
Uh-huh.
around the outside of
Uh-huh.
the settlement and the walls.
Uh-huh.
Still a fair distance away, but it is pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, about close to 200 people make up this ring, with even more watching from the gates. Some of the guards on guard duty, they're still watching the horizons, watching the tree lines, but they are almost certainly watching what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I will say that that's a good roll for that. A betting ring has started, and there is a good 2,000 caps on James winning, and at the sheer size of Oleg, there's about 1,000 caps put on him as well. So the majority think James is going to win, but there are people who think that Oleg is going to win. It definitely picks up when Oleg basically strips himself of everything but his underwear.
Okay.
Oh God.
Uh, Oleg, I mean, not Oleg, James, not wanting to be outdone, does the same.
Mm.
Wonderful.
And looking at it from afar, Oleg's muscles and his sheer like bulk is bigger than James, James's muscles seem more toned and more honed, but he is still big. Uh, at this, the bet on Oleg goes from 1,000 to 3,000, and James goes from 2,000 to 5,000. Vlad walks over, and I will say, how much caps does he have? Can he use for the betting pool? He is going to put 500 caps on James. Basically all of his money.
He's putting all his money on James?
The majority. He has 630 caps, he's putting 500 on.
And this is Timothy?
No, this is Vlad.
This is Vlad?
Timothy, seeming either to match or just to want to encourage, he does an equal 500 on James.
Okay.
He's going to place a bet.
I'm gonna... This is a tough one. Hold on.
There's currently 6,000 on James, 3,000 on Oleg.
Okay. James, I'm dropping 1,000 on James.
Okay. It has now gone to 7,000 on James and 3,000 on Oleg. Now, as the crowd is slowly starting to get rowdy and restless, Timothy holds his hand up to quiet everyone down, and he looks into the middle of a stretching James and a fairly ready Oleg. He just shouts, "Begin!" And I just want to make sure who throws the first punch. It is James. So, Oleg, with the full confidence of the world behind him, very similar to the fight that he had with you and George, he is allowing James to get the first punch in. He seems to have the same attitude as your fight.
Okay. That's fine.
James is going to try and hit. Oleg isn't dodging. Jesus Christ. So for levity, I'm going to tell you the rolls that these people make.
Okay.
So, James just made a natural 20. And he does have crits. So, he slams Oleg. That's a 13. That's an 18. And that's a 15. So that is 46 points of damage to Oleg.
Okay. It's not as much as I thought it would be.
Not yet. As he winds up the first punch, he gives Oleg a little smirk. Well, this is to start us off. And punches him square in the face. Oleg, not too phased by this punch, but taken aback a little bit. At this square clock to the jaw, a lot of the crowd just goes, "Ooh." And Oleg looks to James. Let me show you real punch.
Mm-hmm.
He rolled a 3 to hit.
Oh no.
As he, taking this a little more seriously, he throws a punch towards James, but James, being a fairly good fighter, ducks out of the way. Oleg, not really used to people dodging him, looks a little taken aback. And you do hear him, "Why do you dodge? Are you so much of a baby to dodge?" And James looks up to him. "Oh, you think I'm a baby?" And he's going to hit. That's a 19. That hits.
Oof.
That is a 19 and a 15. That is 34 points of damage as he takes a quick jab to Oleg's stomach. Oleg, he takes the punch. It's not too bad of an injury to him, but he is seeing that this is not someone to take lightly. As he is now taking this fight seriously, the bravado drops, his smile fades as he just does a very basic punch to James's face.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 18, that hits. That's a 20. That's a 15. And that's a 6. 41 points of damage to James as Oleg rears back and punches James with a fairly quick punch. Enough to, at the very least, let James know that this is a fight that fairly well worth it. He can throw a good punch.
Mm-hmm.
And James going in for another punch. That's another natural 20.
Okay.
That's a 20. That's a 19. And that's a 17.
Mm-hmm.
That is 56 points of damage to Oleg as he runs up and punches at his shoulder. You don't know why he's going for the shoulder, but that's where he wants to punch. He punches into the shoulder, and Oleg kind of stumbles back a little at the sheer force of this punch. And instead of just the regular trading of blows, Oleg is going to go for a heavy slam.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 20 to hit. That hits. That's a natural 20. That's a 6. That's a 15. And that's an 18. So as he brings both of his hands up to slam onto James, he deals 59 points of damage to James.
Mm-hmm.
James does hold his hands up to block, but almost gets slammed about a good 2 inches into the dirt. He doesn't drop his knees or anything. His body just goes down.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of, again, waiting for James to attack, Oleg is going to try and attack again.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 6. That misses. As James is getting his hands away from the top of him, Oleg goes for a quick jab to the stomach. James pulls his hands down and blocks it, and then very quickly does an uppercut to Oleg's chin.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 19 to hit. It's a 17. It's a 15, 18. And that's an 8. So that's 40 points of damage to Oleg.
Mm-hmm.
At this single uppercut, Oleg stumbles back, looks very concerned that James has really put up more of a fight than anyone has in his life. Even some of the Yaoguai that he has fought. And Oleg kind of seems to be sweating a little bit.
Okay.
James seems to really be relishing in this nervousness that Oleg is showing. Oleg is going to attack again. That's a 2. With his nervousness, he swings wide and gives very ample time to show James just exactly what he's going to do. James very quickly ducks under and does a quick counter. That is a 12. That doesn't hit. A quick counter that is blocked by Oleg, who seemingly anticipated this counter. Now goes for a heavy swing down. That's an 11. That misses. As he does bring both of his hands above his head again, James, already seeing this attack, jumps back, and even though you're in the audience, you do almost hear a visible cutting of the wind as Oleg is striking down with such force. James is now going to try and charge Oleg. That's an 18. That hits. And James is attempting to throw Oleg.
Okay.
That's a 19 for strength. James bum rushes Oleg like a football charge, lifts him up, and in one swift motion hurls Oleg with all of his strength. And you do see the muscles in James's arms just bulge out, as it seems lifting Oleg is a bit of a task.
Just a bit.
Just a bit. And as Oleg gets slammed to the ground, he takes 30 points of damage. Got a 20 and a 10. Oleg seems pretty afraid right now, as he has taken about the same amount of damage in this quick succession of blows that he got with the fight between you two. He isn't hurting right now, but he's looking a little wobbly. Oleg is going to try and counter with the same charge. That is a 17. And he's going to try to throw James as hard as he can. And that's a 19. So, after getting back up, Oleg charges at James. James, already knowing what's going to happen, tries just bracing himself and blocking. Oleg, his reach is a little wider than James. Bear hugs him, lifts him up, and just slams him to the ground. And James takes 16, 13, 29 points of damage. And Oleg is going to try and attack again. And as you can see, Oleg does have the ability to attack twice in one turn.
Okay.
That's a 16 to hit, and that hits. 5, 15. He slams his fist down into the gut of James for 20 points of damage. James, the bravado is no longer there, but he is still confident that he's got this. The cheering of the crowd as this is going on is just getting louder and louder. Every time there is a punch that connects, there is an audible "hoo, ah" of the crowd every time. It seems this is a fight that they want to see. And James is going to try and sweep the legs out of Oleg. Oh, that's a 2. So as he leans on his back and swipes at Oleg, Uh, Oleg, seeing this coming, jumps up, and with this jump is going to try and slam down onto James. It's an 18, that hits. 6 and 10. He takes both of his heels and slams down into James's stomach for 16 points of damage. James, it seems like the wind gets knocked out of him for just a second, but he does manage to try and punch Oleg in the knees. That's an 11,
Okay.
that doesn't hit. He goes for the punch to the knees, but Oleg, in response, goes to punch James in the face. That's a 17 to hit. That hits. 14. 9. He punches James in the face for 23 points of damage. At this very moment, it's kind of an even battle right now. With the amount of damage that everyone has taken, Oleg and James both look not tired per se, but sweaty and panting. Lucas,
Aye.
is there anyone you want to support in this battle? To shout something? Or do you want to keep it neutral?
I'm just gonna keep it neutral. I'm just watching.
Okay.
I mean, we all know who I'd like to win, because I got money riding on it, but...
So, Oleg, he's going to try for a second swing at James. This is the last second swing he can make for this battle. Ooh, that's a natural 20. 20. 17. That's a 16. And that's another 20. This punch goes down on James's face for 73 points of damage. And it breaks James's nose. You hear an audible crunch resound through the area. And Oleg does get off of him and allow James to stand. Lucas, make a perception check.
14?
14. You have seen this. You can't remember where, but you have seen this happen to a few creatures in the wastes. As James seems to get rejuvenated as he just lets this guttural scream out into the air. And it seems that James has become enraged. And he is going to make an attack on Oleg. That is an 18 to hit. That hits. 18. 18. 15. 13. And 18. And yes, he did just roll 5 dice. On a not crit.
Okay.
He stands up and punches Oleg in the chest as hard as he can for 82 points of damage. Oleg gets knocked back heavily, and it seems like he has the wind taken out of him. He attempts to retaliate with a punch of his own, but he does look frightened. That is a 6 to hit. That does not hit. James, in his flurry, runs up and without even getting the first hit connected, he is going to hit Oleg in the face twice in succession.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 17 to hit, that hits, and that is a 18 to hit, that hits. I'm going to total this up. 10 dice. 12, 10, 18, 4, 12, 15, 20, 17, 5, 2, 6, and 20. James rushes up to Oleg and does a quick 1-2 punch to Oleg's face.
Mm-hmm.
When the first punch connects, you hear an audible crunch. As Oleg reels back, the second punch connects with his chin, and you hear a second audible crunch. Oleg has just taken 141 damage.
Mm-hmm.
As Oleg looks to James, pulls up his fists to punch again, and just topples front. He topples over, and everything goes silent for a moment until roars of cheering just erupts throughout the area. James, for the most part, still looks like he's ready for a fight. Still looking at Oleg's body as if it's going to get back up and hit him again.
Mm-hmm.
After a moment, he lowers his guard and just stands there seething. It seems he is going to stand there and wait for his rage to subside.
Okay.
Vlad has just made 500 caps. Timothy has just made 500 caps. And Lucas, you have just made 1,000 caps.
Yeah. All right.
I still want to see Timothy fight Oleg.
I mean, if you want to instigate that, you can.
I
do, but
hold
man-
on. Was like, this needs to happen.
The best way I can explain this is James against Oleg is more of a slugfest.
Mhm.
Timothy against Oleg, still a slugfest, but more calculated.
Hmm.
That's why I want to see it. I want to see who wins.
Again, if you can instigate it, you'll get it. So yeah.
All right.
Georgie boy.
Michael. Bubby.
Miguel?
Michael. Did he
Miguel.
pass out?
Yeah, there's a 50-50. He's just asleep.
Miguel. I hear. Oh, he's trying to talk.
Is he?
Is he? I don't hear him.
His thing keeps. Yeah.
Marina, you lied to us.
No, I'm looking at the thing on my laptop, and his thing keeps moving in and out.
That's probably his breathing and or an echo.
But it's like
Mhm.
buzzing.
I don't know.
Miguel.
But for the sake of it, Lucas,
Hmm.
this is the first human being. I preface with human being because super mutants can do it. First human being you have seen that can go into a berserker rage.
Okay.
And the fact that James can do that slightly terrifies you. Mainly intrigues you, but nonetheless. you know, deep down, you don't want to fight this man. Ever.
I already didn't want to fight this man. Ever.
Well, now you don't want to fight him more. And, oh, actually, Nancy, you wanted to go to town, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, real quick, before we end it, Nancy, when you get to town, you see the majority of the guards are already watching, presumably the fight over in the distance. You do hear a lot of oohs and ahs coming from outside of the gates.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the townspeople are curious as well, but they don't want to leave the gates. And you do see one of the council members. It is the young woman walking around in her presumably garb, the brown robe and the traffic cone on her head. She's just walking around surveying things. You don't see the other council members anywhere.
Okie doke. Oh, give me 1 second.
1, 2, time's up.
Marina, did you lie to us?
She's dead, you know.
Figured. It's bound to happen eventually.
I'm back.
Sometimes I can still hear her voice.
Yes,
Ah, I
sounds
see.
like she's
I'm
still
dead
with
to you
us.
now.
Mm-hmm.
That's the sound of my voice. So,
Haunting, really.
yes. Upon seeing the younger councilwoman, Nancy politely approaches her with a nice wave. Excuse me, do you have a moment?
She turns to you. Ah, hello. What can I do for you? And she gives you a light bow.
Oh, no need to bow, but that's very kind of you. Um, before there was a council and all of that, and I think it's really cool, by the way. I just, I'm not sure if the council would recognize me, but the mayor did kind of make me his second in command, and I was just wondering, according to the council, what would the second in command, what would you guys like to see from me is basically what I'm asking.
She seems to ponder this for a moment. Well, if you truly are the second in command as you claim, we will need to hear it from the mouth of the mayor. I'm sure you can understand why we will need confirmation, but
Right,
we will. And as for what we would expect of you, well, we would expect similar of the mayor. You see, when he left for almost 2 weeks, we didn't have enough food, we didn't have a place to sleep. We kind of panicked, and we don't want to see that happen again. So,
right.
if you are to be the second in command, we are going to, I wouldn't even say ask, we more or less would require of you to make sure the people of this settlement are well taken care of.
Is
And that
there any,
includes scrap, woods, metals, more people, more farmers, food, trade routes if possible.
hmm,
Everything would need to be cleared by the mayor as well as the council, of course, but, well, we of the council will do what we can to provide for this settlement when you and the mayor. And she almost says this with a tiny hint of disgust. Leave us again.
I'm, that won't be for a while, from what I understand, and I don't know if the mayor would be leaving with me. I plan on doing a very separate venture, but if he joins me, that is his decision. I'm certainly not going to make him, but I will let the council know before my departure. But um, since you're in the council, perhaps you can help me make possible plans that we could, um, I guess, present to the council and to the mayor.
Well,
Take a drink every time the word council's fucking said.
Council, 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 council.
I'd be dead.
well, obviously, we are going to first, before I agree to anything, we are first going to need to hear confirmation from the mayor himself. Then,
Right.
after we get the confirmation, we can work on these plans of yours.
Understood. Sorry, I'm kind of eating pizza. Um, so what is your name? I'm Nancy. I got her hand to shake.
She holds out her hand, shakes your hand, and she does have a very delicate touch to her. Ah, you may refer to me as the treasurer.
Ah, the treasure. Good. We'll need those. Need that. Sorry, not those. Um, do you, how long have you been in this position?
It's been, and she thinks for a moment, close to a week and a half now that I have been given this position, as it were, and truly I am grateful for it.
I'm sure you're doing a great job. The town seems to be doing pretty well.
Our financial situation is not as I would hope, but given time and effort, that will change.
Hmm. Is there any pressing matters besides the need of more food and such? Anything we can do on the inside?
The only pressing matters would be those of this settlement that do not truly approve of the way that we have been doing things. At the very least, I would want someone with authority, preferably not a council member, as they don't take too kindly to us. Someone with authority that they trust, to let them know that we are not the monsters that they believe us to be.
Why would they believe you to be monsters?
Well, some people seem to have a bit of a problem with, for one, the way that we try to delegate things and the way that we try to keep everybody happy as opposed to a select few.
Hmm. And is there anyone in particular who's particularly against the council? Any troublemakers?
Yes, as it would happen, there are quite a few people in this settlement that are causing a little bit of problems. Not anything violent, obviously,
Hmm.
It's for the greater good.
but the people that you should keep a watch out for are a pair of twins that don't really speak too much. They seem to really disagree with everything that we are doing and the good that we are putting forward to the settlement. They generally work for a doctor of a synth nature, similar to our mayor. And I do believe that he has a Mr. Handy in his employ as well. They don't really get along with us fully. Then we have a few of the true troublemakers, and you hear in her voice clear disgust, like she's not even trying to hide how much she dislikes this person.
Hmm.
There are a few of the flock that would like to sell things that should not be sold to the general populace.
What kind of things?
She's talking about Hannah.
Things that would impair one's judgment, that would get them addicted to
Oh, never
certain
mind.
drugs, as it were. I truly hate that word. They are quite unruly. Then, last but not least, and believe me, I shudder to think of what would happen to these people. There is a pair in this town that seem to recluse themselves into their home and drink profusely. They are of the larger stature, of course, but whenever they leave their house, they are always intoxicated and cause problems.
Ah, she's asking you to kill your parents.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid I'm familiar with those two.
Ah, I assume they were from a settlement of yours.
Yes, we shared the same settlement. They were
Yes, well,
problematic.
I hope they were a little better in your settlement.
For a time, before their daughter was taken.
Ah, well, considering that they don't really talk to us much, I do genuinely feel sorrow for their loss, but that does not condone their actions.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Well, if they would just hear us out and listen to all the good that we would do, perhaps they might pull their life together. Grieving is not the healthiest of things, but it sometimes is necessary. However, we truly do not condone the ruckus that they cause. A lot of people seem to be avoiding them at this point.
Nancy just shakes her head and kind of puts her fingers to her temple. Um, there's no getting through to them at this point, I'm afraid. Um, I'm trying to find their daughter, maybe in the hopes that that will change things, but we'll see. We can only hope.
Yes, we can hope. However, for the time being, if there is no getting to them with words, we are going to have to drive them out of this settlement. They are
What?
nothing but a toxin here.
Can't.
What?
I understand. Are they being dangerous?
They have disrupted things around here, especially that man, that vile, detestable man. He occasionally comes out of his home. We don't really see the woman much. He comes out of his home usually in a drunken stupor. I am very loath to say, but he seems to be shouting the names Nancy and Bella all the time, seemingly searching for these two individuals. And, well, anyone who matches their description, it's ugly. He clings to her. If she fight backs, he gets a little violent. And if she, as some have grown accustomed to this, if she accepts it and takes up the role of this Nancy or Bella, whichever he is searching for that day, well, he takes them to his home. Apparently, from what we have heard, treats them as his own, and whenever they try to leave, he gets violent as well. It's hard for them to leave. So, we cannot allow these disruptors amongst our midst. If words cannot get to them, Actions must. We must drive them out.
I agree that action must be taken, but I feel that maybe waiting to see if finding this daughter will help first, before possibly driving anybody out.
How long do you believe it would take to find this daughter of theirs?
My friends and I have a pretty good idea of where the daughter may be. The difficulty is getting there safely and returning safely. Um,
How long, my child?
I'm not sure right now. I'm hoping to find out more.
Cue one of us walking in and be like, Nancy, have you seen where blank is? Oh, you are awake. Hello, Squishy. Well, I heard him for a moment.
He's not feeling well. Poor Miguel. But yeah,
Michael, do you need to be given the beepus?
I'm still here. I'm just very tired and not feeling well.
He needs
We'll
the
end
beepus.
momentarily.
Okay.
oh, sorry, Michael.
It's okay. I have been listening the whole time, though.
So,
Well, I will talk to the mayor, um, and I'll get back to you on that. But please try to be patient with them. As you said, they're grieving. And try to keep people away from them.
let me just say this outright. While the council may be slightly forgiving, the family members of the young women that are attacked are not as forgiving. If the council does not step in and regain order by kicking them out or calming them down, I fear that the other members of our flock will take violent actions in retaliation for their violent actions. This is not something that can wait. If whatever it is you and your companions are going to be doing will take longer than even a week, that is a time we cannot wait. If you and your companions cannot deal with this problem, the council will have to deal with this problem.
Understood.
So long as you are aware of this, I wish you good luck.
Thanks. Something tells me I'm going to need it.
Yes.
Nice speaking with you, treasurer.
Nice speaking to you as well. And do remind them that should your words not get to them, the council will decide their fate.
Nancy just kind of nods. She's heading to Hannah's.
Okay. For the sake of expediency, what would you like to do at Hannah's?
I want to know if she's got any sleeping gas.
But first of all, agility check.
I will also say, for the sake of expediency, Hannah's looks a lot different on the first floor. The first floor looks like a real shop. There are shelves fully lined with general goods such as some light foods, a lot of metals and supplies, a lot of just general goods. The regular weapons and ammo are no longer on the first floor. One of the guards points you upwards, and on the second floor, oh, that place is a mess. The second floor, weapons, ammo, crates of weapons, crates of ammo, melee weapons, test weapons, grenades, flashbangs, EMPs, some lone rockets. They're just lying about. There are even a few landmines on the ground, which, as you step on one, you have a slight heart attack, but you realize that it's not active. When you get up to the third floor,
Yet.
the third floor looks like a training area for some of the weapons. A lot of the dummies are charred and slashed at and bashed in.
Oh,
A
jeez.
lot of bullet wounds riddle everything. And on the top floor, it seems like it is her bedroom. And currently, she is working-ish on decorating her bedroom with a plethora of weapons. She seems to have given a room to each one of the guards that she employs. There are 4 of them now. And for whatever reason, she seems to be doing pretty well for herself, all things considered. It might have something to do with her being the only shop in town, but you know. When you do talk to her, she seems very excited about the concept of getting sleeping gas.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, give me 5 days, and I'll get sleeping gas for you. Even if I have to make it myself.
Also, do you have rope?
She definitely has rope. How much
Oh,
would you like?
Marina, I don't know what kinks Nancy is suddenly into, but this is not okay.
Let's just say she has plans for her parents.
Okay, incest as well is in this.
No! Oh my god.
Also, I don't know what the fuck your character's backstory is, but does Nancy suffer from a bad case of molesterol?
Molesterol.
What?
What is molesterol?
When you get molested.
Ah. No. No. It's not like that.
Are you sure? Because I don't believe you.
It's not like that.
Let's just say the disappearance of one of their daughters, and followed very quickly by the second daughter, did not do well for their mental health.
Granted, the second daughter wouldn't have left so quickly had they not become monsters.
They became monsters for a good month and a half before Nancy actually left.
No, that's fine. But the way that you were wording this whole exchange, John, that's the only thing going through my head is, what the fuck, Marina?
It's more of they have become so desperate for any one of their daughters to return that they, should one of their daughters return, they will never leave. And if they try to, they will fight tooth and nail whatever it is trying to take her away, or try and, for lack of a polite way of saying it, beat whatever it is that is going to take her away out of her. If she has a call for adventure, they are going to squash that call. Hence why her father is getting a tad violent.
So yeah,
Got it.
I want lots of rope, sleeping gas, and some stem packs.
You can get 3 stim packs. Because Hannah likes you, you can get those stim packs for about 100 caps.
Sounds good.
The rope as well, included in that 100 caps. You get, I would say, a good 50 feet of rope. If you want more, she has more.
50 feet is fine.
Is there anything else you would want to buy? She is not charging you for the sleeping gas until she gets it, by the way.
Right. Trying to think. Question.
Yes.
Anna, do you know of any person who would be a nanny for a while to slightly vegetated individuals.
Jesus. The only person that she could point you to would be the doctor of the town, which would be the synth that the treasurer considered to be a problem.
I would like to speak with him.
Okay. Well, you can do that next time.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z, Nancy does weird shit to her parents.
Jeez.
Alright, folks. Good night.
Good
Be
night.
gone.
Meh.
Good night, my dudes.
I will see you
Leave.
tomorrow, Marina.
See you on the
Mhm.
morrow.
Yep.
Adventure time. Come on, grab your poops.
Mm.
All the
I mean,
poops.
or don't do that.